Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay Council meeting for Monday, December 9th, 2024. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between the Indigenous peoples and the lands that they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply respect the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest? I love it when I'm totally ignored. Perfect. One said no. Okay, all right. Well, all right. First order of business here on our agenda now is the consent agenda, and those who are here for open forum. After consent agenda, then comes open forum. So, councillors, consent agenda. Are there any items that anybody wishes to comment on or pull? And I will tell you that I have a question with regards to item H, MacTier Arena Advisory Committee. Any other? Councillor Hazelton.
Speakers. I have questions that I'd like to ask on B, E, F, and J.
Well, go ahead, please.
Okay. So if I get to B, I see that in item 7A, one of the resolutions is recommending to council to apply for a feasibility program to evaluate and study community efficiency, green municipal fund, etc. I decided over the weekend to finally dig into our GHG footprint, and I have a few statistics to share with us here. This is all data that's publicly available, but I guess the net of it is the carbon footprint produced by our Georgian Bay Township facilities, according to the report provided to us back in June, I think it was, is 229. The total GHG footprint for our township is 155,409. What that says is that our GHG footprint for our facilities is 0.15% of the total GHG footprint for our township. So we're dealing with an infinitesimal impact by doing anything with our facilities. The next thing that we need to understand is that the carbon consumed by our forests in our township represents about 210,000 tons. So the net of all of that is our GHG surplus consumption is 54,000 tons, which is 238 times what our GHG facilities produce. So I would suggest that we stop chasing GHG initiatives in our township. We are very unique. We are mostly forest covered, and our footprint is highly negative. And I think we should be focusing our energies, so to speak, on more productive matters for our community and for our citizens, and never asking them to spend any more money, even if part of it's through a grant, for GHG initiatives.
Is that your way of saying you'd like this particular item pulled and voted on separately from the consent agenda?
Sure, we can do it
Okay,
that
well
way.
then, okay, and we'll, if we could pull 7A and have a separate vote on that. Councillor Bocheck.
It seems like there was a lot of data, but what I'm concerned with is climate change and everything else that's in the mix isn't in Georgian Bay Township. The environment, maybe we're going to help out our neighbors that have great big skyscrapers and that down in Barrie, but it doesn't matter. This isn't about Georgian Bay Township and what they're doing with their carbon. It's about helping the entire world. So I disagree with this 100%. It's like saying the environment matters 200 feet around my dock and the rest of the world doesn't matter. So I think we're on the right track the way we were. Excuse me for my throat.
But we're going to discuss this later.
Well, Councillor Hazelton, we've got to the point that Councillor Hazelton has asked this item to be pulled for a second.
So we can discuss it later.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will.
Councillor Hazelton, any further questions or comments or any items that you want pulled?
Item C, Committee of the Whole. So we had a resolution that was directing staff to bring forward a terms of reference for council's review in the next Committee of the Whole meeting. This is relating to a consultant's mandate for waste, which obviously is a very high-profile topic for us. So we had a resolution, it was carried, but I don't see it on the December Committee of the Whole agenda. So we can either discuss that now or we can pull it and discuss it later.
So which item you're talking about?
So item 7 of the committee of the
oh, sorry.
so 7A of something. Did you find it?
I'm scrolling down to it because I heard C, but
Okay,
it's 5E.
of the agenda package, it's page 29 of the 318 page agenda package. At the bottom, you'll see some whereas and now therefore statements. And
The staff be directed to forward a draft of the terms of reference for council approval prior to issuing the request for proposals. That
right, but the statement before that, that we have a solid waste during the next Committee of the Whole meeting, and I'm not seeing it on the agenda, so I'm concerned that we have set expectations that this is something which, of course, waste is extremely high profile in our township, and we were trying, I think, to nudge this along from a high sense of urgency, and yet we don't have any discussion on that on December's meetings of any kind.
C.O. Mariotti.
Yeah, I think to Councillor Hazelton's point, yeah, we can. That item should be added to the agenda for tomorrow. Yeah.
So we can add a new item to the agenda on the fly here. I'm happy to do that. I absolutely endorse it. We've been told in the past that we can't add new agenda items. So.
C.O. Mariotti.
Well, I think in fairness that the resolution was clear that council was going to be discussing at Committee of the Whole this month what council would like in the draft terms of reference, and therefore I don't see that as being, unless the clerk says that there's a huge procedural issue, I think that the discussion should go ahead tomorrow.
Madam Clerk.
If you wish, we can add it to the agenda for tomorrow.
Okay. Any other items?
Yes, let me go back to, that was C, so that was E. F. F was the same thing. It's just whether it be a resolution or in the minutes, E and F were really the same topic, so I won't belabor that one. And then J, I have some questions on the monthly department highlights. Do you want to defer that, or do you want to take it now?
We might as well get it over with.
It's not a painful thing.
Depends on the question.
Okay. So we've got an evolving procurement policy, and I guess my question or interest is the policy going to be finalized and then brought back to council? Because it looks like you're going to come back and finalize it and then train council on the procurement policy, or is there an opportunity for a more collaborative approach where council could be involved before the final draft, so there is an opportunity for a more collaborative relationship?
Any staff or Director Rodigan?
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier, through you to Councillor Hazelton. That is the intent. We are working with a procurement lawyer. They have drafted a policy for staff review. Staff have full intentions of taking it to SMT to ensure the process is also internally aligned, and then it will come to council for approval and review. It'll come to committee of the whole, and we will bring it forward with
okay. I like hearing it twice.
we'll bring forward the policy with the procurement lawyer, who will present it herself, and once it is approved by council, we will come back with training.
So there will be an opportunity for council to offer input along the way. Thank you. The next one was the fire and emergency services and bylaw section. We have a bunch of bylaw enforcement stats, and I'm wondering where the dark sky lighting fits in that list.
Which part of the dark sky are you referring to? Because the bylaws is being reviewed right now and will be coming forth to council shortly.
Thank you for that. I was more looking at the bylaw enforcement stats. So given that it doesn't show up in any of the stats explicitly, unless I'm missing something, I'm wondering what the stats are for the current dark sky lighting bylaw.
I don't have it in front of me, but I'll look into it and get back to you. I think it's about 6 so far this year. There's a bylaw year-end report going to be coming probably in February that will give you the stats for every section.
Okay. Thank you. Next topic was planning services. And to our planner, first of all, I love seeing, last year, this year kind of stats. And I do understand that there may be some anomalies in here because we didn't have zoning certificates last year. But we had a whole lot more pre-application consulting from 90 down to 71. Is that explained through the zoning certificates, the difference?
Through to Councillor Hazelton, through the mayor, no, the zoning certificates don't take up some of the pre-consultation. It's just a lower volume, simply.
Okay, so I'll just toss out the lines here. We have a significant drop in pre-application consulting and consent and site plan approvals. and official plan amendments. And I'm just wondering if you could give us a narrative on how you see those statistics being kind of, help us understand what you think is going on.
Market forces at this point in time, just the volume of applications, and of those applications, we're seeing fewer of them. Other applications are, as you see, right, consents variances are still steady.
So is it fair to say that there's a lot less work then coming into the planning department because of those significant drops?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hazelton. So while there may be a drop in certain types of planning applications, the work program, there are a number of work program items that remain outstanding that will require a significant amount of staff time to address, and as well as some of the resolution items that council has directed. So right now there's no shortage of projects for staff to meet council's obligations.
Yeah, I certainly see that on your activity or your work plan. If I could ask another question though, on your other activities, and I think I brought this up once before, that you've been interacting with the University of Toronto on studying measures to respond to short, medium, potentially long-term water level oscillations, and etc. Is it possible for you to put on your plan, giving us a little bit better of a report on that, given that almost half the township is on the bay, and there are lots of constituents who are reporting big concerns with the massive drops in water levels that we've been having. And I'd like to be able to report on what our staff are doing in that front, so that hopefully it can alleviate some of the concerns that residents are having.
Yeah, this certainly. So just for council's information, because staff have reported on this briefly before, the University of Toronto student teams have just wrapped up their courses. CAO Mariotti and I attended some final presentations at the end of November. So we do have copies now of those presentations, both the PowerPoints, which summarize the reports and reports themselves. So happy to share those with council, whether it's that sharing or perhaps even look at sort of providing perhaps an overarching report to council on it. So I'll discuss with the CEO the best way to present that to council. The other thing with those documents is they will be used by staff as background documents that will inform the upcoming official plan review. So I think when council sees those reports, you'll understand the value of them. And we continue to cultivate an ongoing relationship with the U of T faculty and those courses for future matters that may need study or review in the township that they do gratis. So it's a great resource to have.
Okay, thank you. That's enough. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. And good morning to everyone. I was also going to request that we pull J. I just have one matter to address in J, and thank you, Councillor Hazelton, for calling it up. On page 4 of 14 to our clerk, the very last item, which is resolution C as in Charlie 2024-256, titled Executing on Outstanding Council Matters. And again, it can be found at the very bottom of the page of page 4 of 14. Our clerk's last report or update advises that they had reached out, or she had reached out to myself for clarification and direction on July 24th. Response was received on August 1st with insufficient information. And so my question, because I didn't receive any response to my August 1st email, is what information is lacking, thereby hindering her from being able to schedule this. And I do know that she's committed to scheduling this for February, as per our last conversation last month. It also goes on to say that not all counselors, specifically in fall of 2024, not all counselors have responded with their availability to schedule this. And I had consulted with a few of my fellow counselors, and I don't believe that they were aware that they were to respond. So two questions on that. Again, I'm just going to reiterate if I can. One, what insufficient information is required for me to address in order for us to solidify the February meeting? And secondly, are counselors is it still pending counselors' feedback? And if so, perhaps it would be prudent for staff to recirculate the invite and or the question specific to this resolution. So over to our clerk. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the mayor to Councillor Graziano. Councillor Graziano, you are one of the individuals who have not responded to my email about dates for this past fall, which is why it's now been postponed to February. Regarding the sufficient information, I asked specific questions and I received insufficient detail in order to formulate. I need to know what the chart is going to look like, how the items are added onto it, what detail is going to be included, what that agenda formulation would look like. Those are just some high-level questions. But despite all of the conversations that have taken place at council and the correspondence back and forth between yourself and I about it, I do not have sufficient information in order to compile an agenda at this point in time.
Follow up to that, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you would be so inclined, kindly send me an email to exactly what it is that you need. I'll furnish you with everything, as with specifics, so we can ensure that this does happen in February on an ongoing recurring basis. Again, if you're looking for dates from myself for February, again, if you can include that in the email, I'd be happy to respond promptly, advising as to what my availability is, and hopefully it aligns with the rest of council. So thank you again for bringing that to our attention, and that concludes my consent agenda pull. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh my goodness. I don't know why we have an echo. This. Oh, thank you. So many different switches for the audio. Sorry about that. Just briefly, if we could pull item B, Sustainable Communities Advisory Group. I'd like to have a discussion about that, which would affect our budget, basically.
Are you talking about the entire item or a particular resolution within
item B? There are resolutions, I believe, in there.
All right, we'll go. Okay, well, we can just go through them individually and see what the council thinks. All right, so we have a few items pulled. So let's start with item B, and Councillor Cooper has asked us to have individual votes on each item. So I'm just scrolling up to make sure I have everything. Well, I'm going to read each item and council can vote on each item. Wants to discuss any of them, we can.
I don't think that's necessary.
Okay, then is there a particular one or two in there?
It's around the financial impact of this. So I don't know which.
Okay, so if it's just that one, then we'll pull that one. So item 7A under 5B, confusing references here, reads moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor, seconded by member, moved by member Bocek, seconded by member Wienko. This is the Sustainable Communities Advisory Group. Be it resolved that the Sustainable Community Advisory Group recommends to Council to apply for up to 90% of eligible costs, up to $50,000 to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities for the purpose of conducting a feasibility program design and program evaluation study through the Green Municipal Fund for the Community Efficiency Financing Program. And that the Sustainability Committee reach out to other municipalities for information on process and execution of the Green Municipal Fund grant. And that the Sustainable Community Advisory Group recommend to Council to enter into an RFP process to enter into a contract with a third party to perform the study required when required in the process to do so. So, any questions or comments on that before I call the vote on that particular item? Councillor Cooper.
So I'm not suggesting that it wouldn't be nice to get funding from a body like this. I am all in favor of that. I am not in favor of adding to our expenses, and this would require that. So I'd like to see some sort of change to the verbiage to say, if nothing else, that we would go forward with this if we get 90% funding. So the most we could expect to add to our budget would be $5,000. Otherwise, I can't support it. And I would ask our other councillors to think about that, because in reality, we have a pretty high budget as it stands, and I really don't want to see us add to it. Thank you.
Director Radigan.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier. Through you to Councillor Cooper. I would recommend that we can still proceed to apply for the funding, and that perhaps we add a note to come back to Council for the amount of funding that is required in-house, and we determine the allocation of that if and when the grant is actually approved.
But is that in the resolution coming back to Council? I think this is looking for approval just to go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm fine if it comes back to us. I think we could discuss it today or in 2 months' time. I just am suggesting we should not add to our the hole we've already got ourselves into in terms of our budget.
So our clerk is drafting an amendment.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I guess, thank you. Through the mayor, I guess I have one question with regards to procedure in regards to this. I see this as us being advised through the minutes of the Sustainable Communities Advisory Group that we will be seeing a recommendation to approve this, and we haven't seen that. We're only seeing it in the consent agenda. If we approve this in the consent agenda, does that mean we're approving this motion?
Yes.
Oh, lovely. Thank you. Then I agree with Councillor Cooper.
Okay. So we have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the Council amends the SCAG 2024-020 for staff to apply for funding, and that staff be directed to report to Council prior to the final approval of this project. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, so that's that one item. Sorry. Okay, that's right. And was there one or two others that we had pulled? Okay, the other, I did have a question actually on, with regards to the committee of the whole. Sorry, I want to make sure I got the right. The MacTier Arena Advisory Committee, and I wanted to go to page, what I consider page 47 of the report. And this is just simply for clarification, as opposed to, I'm not trying to argue with it, I'm trying to understand it. And that motion reads, be it resolved, the Township of Georgian Bay MacTier Arena Advisory Committee recommends that staff bring forward a report to council outlining a corporate advertising sponsorship policy, and that the Township of Georgian Bay MacTier Arena Advisory Committee recommends the council pass a motion to solicit advertising and or sponsorship for the MacTier Arena. And this is the line that I don't understand. And that the MAAC requests council approve $500 for Facebook advertising per click. And I'm saying, okay, does that mean for every time somebody clicks, we have to pay $500? Because that's the way it reads to me. And
Your worship, I'm sorry.
I would actually, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I thought you were concluding your comments, and hence the reason why I was about to chime in to give you clarity as to what that meant. But if you,
I would prefer that you wait until you're recognized, because I was recognizing Director Schneier.
fair enough.
Thank you, Your Worship. The $500 is the total amount budgeted for that particular campaign or promotion. And so you can have up to X number of clicks, up to $500. So each click would draw somebody to a specific link and to the promotion, but we would say that we're only going to promote up to 500 people clicking. So it's not $500 per click, it's $500 worth of clicks. It's really not a good way to manage a promotion in a campaign. So our preference would be to just allow us to put like a $25 or $50 promotion onto the social media that's created to promote this idea. Click campaigns can be very difficult, especially for security as well. So it's not our resolution. So if it's the will of council to go ahead and do this, that's fine. I think we can meet the same criteria by spending about $50 if that's the will of council.
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you. Excuse me, I have nothing further to add, excluding the fact that the committee agreed that we felt that a per-click advertising campaign may help broadcast out to within the geographical area that is defined for the advertising campaign, which is possible within Facebook and Instagram. The committee felt that this was a prudent approach to try to broadcast out the cost, or the low cost rather, of the ice time and the availability as well. And so this really just kind of rolls up into the initial mandate of this committee, which is to find ways to try to increase usership, and hence the advertising campaign. Thank you.
So basically, this motion is approving $500. It's not approving $500 per click. Okay. Thank you. I think it's awkwardly worded, but as long as everybody understands that we're approving $500, we're not approving an infinite amount. All right, that was my question there. Now, were there any other items that we had pulled here? Okay. Yeah, all right. Councilor Hazelton.
I'm concerned about that statement, in particular, words per click. It makes it really clearly understood.
We can amend.
Okay, let's amend. I think that'd probably be, all right, so. And to amend whatever that is, Gen C. For Mac. To remove per click, just remove the last two words per click. Okay. Now we're finally going to try to approve the consent agenda. So I moved by Councillor Bocheck, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of December 9, 2024 as amended to exclude 5B, which was the SCAG 2024-020, and to amend 5H MAC 2024-025 to remove per click. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. All right. With that, we're going to open forum. And the only name I have on my list is Mr. Restemeyer. If there are other names on the list there, please follow. You have 2 minutes. And before you speak, and it doesn't count in your 2 minutes, if you could state your name and your address or otherwise so you can be identified for the record, please.
My name is Ed Restemeyer, and I'm a full-time resident of 130 Iroquois Road in the Township of Georgian Bay. Just before I start with my presentation, I'd like to, just on behalf of myself and my wife, and I know our neighbors, just issue a great big thanks to the snow plowing staff that worked so diligently in the last week. There was, I guess, a lot of work that they did, and it was really, really appreciated. Mr. Mayor, Councillor, as I said, my name is Ed Restemeyer, and I've owned property at 130 Iroquois Road since 1986 and have been a full-time resident since 2006. I'm here speaking today in order to address the staff report being presented to Council concerning proposed work to be completed on Iroquois Road. I was only made aware of this report being presented to Council today, late Friday afternoon, and it was sent to me by Councillor Predko, and I thank him for doing so. Because of the short notice, only a small group from our road are able to attend today. There are 25 properties, including 7 full-time residents and 3 Airbnbs, which would be affected by the recommendations in this report. Iroquois Road is approximately 2.1 kilometers long, and it is only the last half kilometer that this report addresses. The last portion, the 0.5 kilometers, has been plowed and maintained by the township for at least the last 40 years. Until recently, a school bus picked up a student from this area. Having read the report, I would respectfully request that Council defer their decision on this proposal to give time for the residents of Iroquois Road to enter into discussions with the township staff to decide on the next steps that are acceptable to the township and the affected residents of Iroquois Road. Thank you for hearing our concerns.
Thank you. Well within the 2 minutes. Thank you. Anyone else? Your microphone on?
Okay, I'll try that again. Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Eels. I live at 167 Iroquois Road, Township of Georgian Bay. I'm here today because of the concerns that we may have our plowing ceased as of next season. As my neighbor and friend Ed stated, the road is 2.1 kilometers long. The last 500 meters goes into a cul-de-sac, and my driveway runs off the cul-de-sac. So basically, we're talking 500 meters of plowing. The other 1.6 kilometers, there's no houses, no taxpayers. It's a paved road. Comes in off Muskoka Road 33, right at the 400. My concerns are that we have 7 of us living there full time. I retired in 2014, became a full-time resident. Before that, I had cottage on Gibson Lake since the 1990s, and I've been on Gibson Lake on and off since the 70s, so well acquainted with the area. This road's been traditionally plowed for a very long time. We guesstimated there was a memo of understanding from 1995, and actually we seen from the historical books that back in '64, the town of Township of Gibson basically assumed the road to plow and look after it. So this has been a long standing. We're very happy with what's going on. The report we found out on Friday says that they want to spend a lot of money to fix this road, which in my opinion is not required. And 2 is that after this season, there will be no more plowing unless we're assumed or some other situation occurs or privately done. I'm just hoping that we can have a delay so all the facts can be correctly put together with the Director of Operations and see if we can save the residents a lot of money and the town a lot of money. And I think that's what's important here, and that we continue to get plowing because it's our lifeline for fire, ambulance. As you can see, some of us are getting a little longer in the tooth. And this is very important that that road's plowed. That's about all I want to say is that, yeah, and thank you for the great job they've done the last few weeks with this incredible amount of snowfall. And we just like to continue to have our last 500 meters plowed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Begs the question, where did that expression longer in the tooth ever come from? And I think we, at a certain age, we've been grinding them down, I would think. Anyone else wish to speak to this? And I presume your names are on the list there as well? Okay. That's it? All right. Council, I'm going to propose that we move item 9D up and discuss it now while it's the input is fresh in our mind. And so what I'm going to do at this moment then, because I see heads nodding, is turn it over to Director Socash to present your report on maintenance of the private section of Iroquois Road, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentations. And it sounds like they have some information that we do not have, specifically some paperwork that we definitely don't have from long ago. So I support their suggestion in deferring this, and us having a meeting as well with Councillor Predko involved. The one thing I want to point out, it's not a big deal, but my calculations, I just noticed from Mr. Restemeyer's presentation, when I calculated the cost to upgrade the road, instead of using meters, I used feet, so everything's about 3 times more than it should be. So apologize for that.
Yeah, that makes a difference in numbers. So you actually at this point are recommending deferral?
Absolutely.
Okay. No, sorry? That's not the wording we want, but just what it gets the gist of it. And I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Cooper at this point, and any other councillors who wish to speak to the matter. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me. I don't need to hear this today, but maybe with the deferral and coming back to council, if we could hear from our Director of Operations the rules, so to speak, in our township and precedents related to private roads. Because I'm a water access guy out on Georgian Bay. I don't know the whole story about private roads, other than it's my understanding that a private road is looked after by the people that are on that road. And some of them are treated, or most of them are treated that way, is my understanding. But this one seems to be different. So I'm trying to wrap my head around that. So if we could get a report, just a very short one, just to explain what is the normal course of events related to private roads, I'd very much appreciate it, and thank you.
Director Zokash.
Through the mayor, I'm happy to provide that. There is some late reading attached to this report by law 2008 something. Yeah, 2009-28. It's only about 12 pages long and lots of fun legal stuff, but I'm happy to provide a summary at a later time. We do have a formal process for this, but it is based on some legislation. I can't remember if it was the early 2000s or the late 1990s. Legislation changed with respect to assumption of the roads. So, and I'm happy to provide some information regarding that once I've looked at it again. If there is some paperwork, as was suggested by the gentleman, the second presenter, I mean, that actually may change my recommendation of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Yeah, I'm in favor of the deferral or whichever way you want to put it, but I do have one question, and that is the part of the road that we're talking about has been maintained for 50 years and plowed during that time. And I looked at the facts and figures and spoke to the people, and they said on that portion of road to bring it up to municipal standards will take about 4 loads of proper material that would pack down. You all know that when we get a quote, there's a consulting phase, and then you give a contract out to a certain construction company. Those two are linked together, price fix, and then the quote comes into us. I don't think we should be basing whether we're going ahead or how we're not going to go ahead with the information we have currently. I think we need more information to make this decision, and that's why I would support a deferral.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, I did see your hand, but you've taken it down because you were satisfied.
But then Councillor Bocek spoke and brought up another question.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let you go ahead because
very quickly.
And then we'll go to Councillor Pedro.
Having read the report to our Director of Operations, I presume then when we get more information on this, and Councillor Bocek, there may be a difference in the cost to actually bring this up to our standards. Is that right?
Through the mayor, there will absolutely be a
okay.
difference.
Then that suits me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. My only comments are that I think, again, reiterating some of the comments made by the residents, that this road has been maintained by the township for many, many years and has been treated as a municipal road. I believe we have no parking signs posted on it, and we have enforced parking in that area. So I think the perception has always been that it's township maintained, and I think there was some surprise that it wasn't a private road when this report came out. So I do think we need to have more understanding behind the history of this road before we can make a decision on this report.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that we all have general agreement that a little more work before we make a decision. Iroquois Road obviously has come in front of us quite a bit over the last few years because of the short-term rental situation, and but yeah, so and because of that, I've driven it a few times, and it is kind of weird how you're in the middle of nowhere with this paved road, and all of a sudden when people show up, it's a gravel road, and I always thought that was a little bit of a mystery, but you know, there's a lot of mysteries in this life, like how we get long in the tooth. So I'm with all that, I'm going to read the motion, and that is moved by Councillor Bocek. This is a modified motion, so this is not the original motion in your agenda. Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to further investigate the ongoing maintenance of Iroquois Road and to meet with the residents on the private portion prior to reporting back to Council. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. While I'm messing around with the agenda, I'm going to suggest that we now go to 5A, which is the Water Quality Program RFP. Is that the right one? Sorry, 9A. I apologize. 9A, Water Quality Program RFP results, for the simple reason that we have Mr. Mason online. And so if we get this portion completed, we can then move on to our regularly scheduled stuff. So 9A, and I see Ms. Nicholson. If you could go ahead, and Mr. Mason, please present away on this item.
Great, thank you, Your Worship. As everybody, I'm assuming you can hear me. If by chance, before I get started, if I do freeze up, the snow is causing me some slight problems with my internet now and then, so I will return. So back in September, with the help of Generations Effect, we released the RFP, which closed on November the 18th. After that, we received 4 bids, if you would, for a program. They were reviewed by Generations Effect and awarded points accordingly as per the RFPs and as per our procurement policy. What has resulted is this report before you. What we are looking for now is that Council adopts a recommendation of the selection of Greenland International and Dillon Consulting Limited to proceed with the development of the water quality program. What we can do is, if there are any questions, I know the information was provided to you. It was rather large. There was a big chunk of that, RFP, which was actually information on the people that would be involved in the project. So the background information was a little less to look at, but we can move forward with questions. Mr. Mason will be glad to answer any of the technical ones, and if there's anything in relation to anything else, myself or the Director of Finance, I'm sure could pitch in and we could go from there.
Mr. Mason, do you have anything to add before I turn it over for council?
No, not at this time. Happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, any questions or comments on this? I mean, the motion very simply reads that we approve the selection of Greenland International and Dillon Consulting. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I'm not sure I should ask this question, or who I should ask it to, perhaps Kaylee. Can you tell us at the Township of Georgian Bay how many different identified water quality bodies we use, such as SSEA, such as Muskoka Watershed Council, quite a few more that we use. Could you give us a list of those?
I personally cannot. I know we did provide a list. I'm not sure if Mr. Mason has that available, but that was provided to all the people that were making bids in a bunch of the background documentation of all the different ones that do water quality testing throughout our area. The issues that come up, Councillor Bocek, is who does the testing, where they do the testing, and when and where they do the testing, which is very different. Timing appears to be a very big difference to some people only do 1 test a year. Some people come every 5 years. There's no real rhyme or reason to the way anybody else seems to be doing testing here, other than the municipality and the volunteer program that has been running over the past however many years when Paul Wianka was in charge of it.
Supplementary to that. Thank you for that, Kaylee. And I have one other question, and that is based on the Integrated Watershed Council, which is a group that tries to bring all different groups together, such as SSEA and the Muskoka Watershed Council and others. Would this advisory group be invited into that group and be accepted into that group as a voice?
Absolutely. We are doing part of the whole process with this company is there will be consultations with obviously council, with staff, with the public, even the water quality, I always call it wrong, working group. Also wish to have people with scientific backgrounds, some of which were involved in that group. And I know Councillor Cooper had brought up another gentleman's name who we wish, but we are going to extend it. Quite frankly, we can extend it to whoever we like.
Okay, thank you. That's a good answer. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Hazelton.
Do I have to repeat myself? First question for our Director of Finance. My understanding of municipal government procurement processes is that generally speaking, the lowest priced bid usually wins unless there's reasons for not. Can you give us your insight on that?
Absolutely. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Gutierrez, to Councillor Hazelton. This was a RFP process, which is a request for proposal. It is based on a score of various items that Generations Effect would have come up with a scoring sheet. A request for tender is determined based on lowest bid. And that's usually when you're going out knowing exactly what you want. For example, let's say if it was a road resurfacing project, you know exactly what you're looking for. You're just looking for price, then that is based on lowest tender. This was an RFP where staff and council were looking for different types or phases of the project. So it was recommended we go forward with a RFP process, which is based on not just dollar value, but it's a phased process where in the first stage, they must pass a certain score level. Once they pass that level, then and only then do we open up the dollar value of the bid. I hope that helps clarify.
So say the last statement again. Once they hit a certain level, what?
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier. Through you to Councillor Hazelton. So usually with a RFP process, there are two phases. First, the entire proposal is reviewed without the cost attached. You are basing it on perhaps quality of service or something specific you are looking for. And based on the score, only if they reach a certain score level, I'm not sure if we use 60 or 70, are they allowed to move on for us to open up the dollar value. And if they were all scored, or if they were successful to reach that level, then we would open up the dollar value. And based on that, they are provided with a final score, and as a result, the highest score is usually the successful bidder.
Okay. What I'm saying today is not just is not really guided by my own thoughts, but thoughts and input from people in the community. We have people in the community with fairly strong expertise. Some of them were on the water quality working group. Councillor Cooper has identified another one who works at the Dorset Labs, who's got great expertise. And what the essence of the feedback I'm getting is we seem to have gone through a process here where the group that had been pulled together to bring expertise on water quality did not have an opportunity to review the final RFP before it went out to bid. We're not involved with the review of the RFP responses, and we've ended up with 4 responses. Apparently the winning response is 4 points higher, or about 5% higher in point count than the next one, but something like 35 or 40% more in cost. So there's certainly great discomfort in those optics, and I'm wondering how we can look at this perhaps differently and engage the community more, because we keep hearing from experts like Rick O'Connor and others that we need to have a more collaborative working relationship with councillors and the community. And we know from kind of self-confessed positions by staff that there's not great expertise on staff. Yes, we've hired one consultant, but the optics here are quite concerning, that we hire a consultant who writes an RFP, who then evaluates the RFP, and we as council have no options. It's basically a single-threaded path, and those optics I think are really bad for our community, for our township, and I would recommend that we find a way to defer this from today's consideration, find a way to engage the Water Quality Committee the experts that we've been able to identify there, including perhaps the expert that Councillor Cooper has identified from Go Home Bay. Because at the end of the day, according to the timeline here, the RFP responses and the program designed by this RFP response doesn't get to an end of state until June, which means that the likelihood of there being any activity in 2025 is pretty slim. So I guess what I was hoping for was that we would have some response process where a project would deliver results in 2025. That appears to be not the case. So, even with, I know.
At a certain point, you should allow people to respond. So I see Ms. Nicholson is ready to respond, and Ms. Radican, should I go to Ms. Nicholson first?
Okay, through your worship to Councillor Hazelton. All right, let's start at the beginning. Council and the working group committee both had access to the RFP before we published it. That was a working thing. Before it even came to council, the working group looked at the RFP. So that was, and then it was taken forward to council from that position. Other than that, these experts and the community in that can be involved in the program itself with the selected company through the process of public consultations. When looking at the actual proposal, which there's a schedule laid out within there, I don't think, without speaking too much about anything else, that there would have been any RFP that was awarded at this time that would be up and running by this year. There's just not enough time to, award it and then write a program to do something for 2025. So currently the objective is to continue forward with the way we ran the program last year, or some variety of that program, and move forward that way, and then continue with this process from there. And it looks like Mr. Mason would like to make a comment.
Mr. Mason.
Yeah, apologies. There are a number of proposals that we're looking to have processes in place and implemented with community, and being able to get out and actually gather data for the 2025 season, with then a review afterwards to look at how that would have to be tweaked. So just to provide that differentiation, and the recommended one before you does have a framework and platform that could be implemented. There are additional pieces that they've added in that would carry on through the summer season and allow the township to augment their approach. But there would indeed, with this, have the time, if you were to start now, to do that. So apologies.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. In reviewing the report, I somewhat echo Councillor Hazelton. There's a working group that was created. We've had some very, very good dialogue, and the working group is comprised of some great subject matter experts from within our community. I would have hoped we, as a collective working group, would have had an opportunity to review the RFP responses, and perhaps even provide a grading of our own to Greg, so he could consider which of the respondents we felt were the most applicable and would have provided the best possible service for the money. And so I wonder whether it would be prudent if we do consider deferring this and bringing it back to the committee, or the working group rather, to capture their input, their response, their feedback from the responses that we've received, and reconsider perhaps whether or not the scoring is accurate based on what the community collectively wants, as well as what the subject matter experts who are strong and focused on water quality programs consider. So I'd like to consult with the community and my associations prior to endeavoring to choose, and I'd like their input and feedback as well on who they feel is providing the best value for service offered, as well as who's going to offer them what it is that they're looking for. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Radigan.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier, through you to members of council. I just wanted to provide clarification of the procurement process itself. The scoring of it and reviewing of all the bids is an internal process. Although it was outsourced to Mr. Mason and his consultant firm, that's due to that firm having specific expertise that we were looking for, as we didn't have it in-house. I did not actually sit in on the scoring mechanism, but usually it's not good practice to have committees or even members of council be part of the scoring practice. A procurement policy, you need to be fair and transparent. And in order to ensure that the individual members who did review it are unbiased and they're basing their score on predetermined factors and not necessarily anything beyond that. Council's role in procurement is to ensure they set policy. Staff's role is to ensure we follow the policy. And what we've done here is a fair and transparent procurement process where only the successful bidder information can be released. All other bids are confidential.
Follow up to that, Your Worship?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. And I can appreciate the need for transparency and fairness, and transparency seems to be a big topic of today's council meeting. So we'll pull back on the transparency thing, as I'm sure you'll hear more of throughout the course of our discussions today. But with respect to that, I can understand the need for staff to provide insight when it comes to council's responsibilities to develop policy. I find ourselves in somewhat, based on our director's response, in a chicken or egg scenario here, because how do we set policy when we don't have visibility to what it is that we're setting policy towards? How do we ensure that at the end of the day, we are getting what we are hoping for as a community? And how are we able to ensure that at the end of the day, the responses are aligned to the expectations that we have? Now, I've reviewed the response, and that's great, but I have nothing to compare and contrast to. And so at this point, of course, I look to staff to confirm that they are the best, but we do have subject matter experts that are unbiased, that could provide insight to what the communities want. And perhaps Mr. Mason should have consulted with them as part of the process prior to selecting the vendor that he's identified. May not have had to been council to ensure transparency and fairness, but we do have some really strong subject matter experts within our community that would have likely provided feedback, especially local feedback, on what their water quality testing expectations are. So my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. I find that I'm certainly echoing some of the comments, particularly coming from Councillor Graziano and Hazelton. But I do want to clarify that it's the job of a councillor to represent the entire township. It's the job of a councillor to take our number one objective, which is the environment, in front of us as the most important thing to take care of. And so why am I saying this? It's not a political decision. We're not biased. We're biased, I guess, to the environment. I take exception to the rest of the bias commentary. I think we need transparency also. I think that the public needs to know about some of this information, and it's not been completely revealed. And I would like to see in the Municipal Act where it enforces this covering of information. I would also like to say, as We had two counselors and some expert advice on this working group, but they were not consulted other than at the very outset. And I think that's unfortunate. I think it's also unfortunate that others weren't involved. So it's been a closed sort of approach as we moved into this. My final point would be that, you know, I heard some commentary about the testing that's gone on in our township and reference to a couple of bodies that are frankly coming at us from a distance, Muskoka and over in the Midland Penetang area, Port McNichol. And frankly, we've had some of the most expert water testing has come from people within our community, like Dr. Carl Schaefer, like the work that was done by Dr. Pat Chow Fraser. Those are the programs that we've had that have been outstanding. Everything else has been touching the surface, and that's about it. I'm not a water quality expert, but I do trust the two doctors that I've just mentioned and their assessment. I don't think they describe it quite the way I have, but I don't think they disagree with me. So I think that's important to understand what we have left now versus what we've had in the past, and we're trying to move forward to a better position in the future. And I don't think we're there yet. Thank you. I think we need to defer this.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, finding myself a little frustrated here. We as council were very much involved in the choosing of Project Generations to work on this RFP for us. Greg Mason has good expertise and background on the Georgian Bay, and I think he has a very, very good idea from what we've discussed with him over the last, I don't know how many months, as to what is required here and who is to be part of the discussion. I don't think anything's been left out here. I don't think anything is up to us now. We gave this to Mr. Mason and Project Generations to get us the most qualified organization to do the water quality testing overall our area for us. And I think that's where we're at now. And I appreciate the work that's been done. Thank you, Kaylee. Thank you, Greg. I appreciate the report, and I think we should be moving ahead on this before something gets stalled and we stop getting information when we do need it. That's my position right now.
Thank you. Councillor Pretko, do you want to weigh in before I make my comments?
I would just say that Councillor Jarvis covered off pretty much what I was going to say, so I don't need to reiterate it, but I think we have had an extensive process. A lot of involvement in developing the RFP in the first place, and I think we have trusted advisors for reviewing and making decisions to help us come to a recommendation, so I'm comfortable.
Thank you. I find myself with at least one piece of curiosity, and perhaps Mr. Mason, you might be the best one to answer this, or Ms. Nicholson. I see the points that you've awarded to each of these four applicants. I would imagine that that's a combination of a whole list of things, and I'm wondering, does that list that got you to these points, I guess I got two questions. One is, if somebody's awarded 91 points or 87 points, would the top score be 100 or 150? That'd be my first question. And my second question is, what percentage or what value, if you will, what influence did the quoted price have on this score? And the reason I ask that is that clearly the highest scoring group was also the most expensive by quite a fair amount. And to what degree did the quote affect the points you gave? Mr. Mason.
Yeah. So the score is is weighted to be out of 100. The fees and disbursements were weighted at 20% of that. And so embedded within that scoring is you're looking at the selected consultant company as being significantly qualified and complete in their proposal for everything that was asked within the RFP. And then the fees and disbursements were certainly accounted for and considered within that scoring, and hence narrowing the gap to being closer to the other two because of the increased fees.
In other words, to say simply that one group was 4 points ahead of the other, it was they were more points ahead on, let me call it merit, but they lost ground based on price. Is that a fair comment?
That is correct.
Okay. I think that's important because to me, what I'm reading here is that the winning bid was the winning bid because they are going to do that much more for us than the other three. And I also think that it's important to understand that we as a council have been we approved the RFP go out. We approved that Generations Effect, or Mr. Mason would be overseeing that process, and that they would be coming back with a recommendation. So what we have in front of us is a report that we as council as a whole requested. We requested the RFP go out. We requested that it be reviewed, and that we receive a recommendation, and that's all taken place. And so I'm a little concerned that if we choose to defer this and go through the process in effect again with the different people involved, it's just delaying getting us to where we want to get, which is getting an organization in here, putting together a water testing program for the entire township versus the, I mean, no offense to anyone, but the somewhat piecemeal approach that we've had over the decades of many people, often doing very fine work and countless volunteers, but it hasn't been part of a whole. It's been sections. And so I believe that this is going in the right direction of trying to bring it into a township whole, in working at reviewing what is one of our most, if not the most valuable asset that we have in our township. Any further comments from any councilors before I call the vote? Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to point out that we did establish a working group. They weren't involved in most of the process, and there was some very talented people on that working group that could have added something to it. So, you know, to suggest the delay now is only there because we could have dealt with this over the last several months. We didn't. And that's really, why did we even have the working group? Why at all? It doesn't make any sense to me that we had it and then we just dropped it like a hot potato. So I don't think council said keep the working group out of it. I think the council said go with the RFP and get the assistance from Greg Mason, but it didn't say anything about getting rid of the working group. So I would suggest that is an issue. And secondly, I would suggest it's an issue or it's a mischaracterization to suggest that we're really going to hold up a whole lot here, because frankly, A, we could get a lot of this feedback in the next couple of months, 2 or 3 months, and B, I don't know what we're holding up here, because I don't think we're really going to be moving forward in 2025 anyway. I think we've basically we're looking at 2026 is my understanding. So on that count, I don't know that we couldn't do this anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
So I started off and my concerns were process related. I still have significant concerns on that front, and even though the water quality group did have some discussions with Greg on the creation of the RFP, what I heard from most members of the water quality committee was, when are we going to see the RFP? Are we going to get an opportunity to review it before it goes out? So we didn't, I don't believe we saw the final document. I see Kaylee is arguing with that. But then the next step is if we could contract with one person to assist in the review of the RFP responses. I'm surprised that we couldn't have worked with, and I have a list of 6 experts that don't include me. I'm not going to call myself an expert, but 6 experts in water quality that have been working in our township for decades. And presumably we could have provided NDAs and had them provide comments on this in the as we looked at the responses. We didn't do any of that. And so again, I am trying to represent my community and their dissatisfaction and the lack of transparency in the process that we've gone through. I'm going to shift gears though and comment that we have in the proposal in the project schedule, proposed project schedule, we have deliver a workshop in February of 2025, and I would suggest that a workshop for the community to discuss the things that I've read in the details of this in February is probably not something that should ever be entertained. People are checked out, travel, etc. The people that we want in the community to be engaged probably don't start waking up on township matters until May. And given that we've already heard that this isn't going to lead to any program results in 2025, I would suggest that we want to revisit and work and provide input on this project schedule so it aligns with our township population where we're seeking input so that we can have, again, a much more collaborative process as we go through this. Thank you.
Point of order, Your Honor.
Councillor Bochek.
I believe in our procedure bylaws, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but a councillor has 2 minutes to speak, and then he may be offered a second opportunity to speak at 2 minutes as well, too. I can't sit through 20 minutes of diatribe every time that mic turns on over there. I'm just wondering if you could repeat our policy so that I'm really clear on where we stand when councillors get the microphone.
I do have the right to call somebody after 2.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. You know, there is some merit to Councillor Hazelton's comments with regards to the fact that this matter, specifically the grading, was outsourced to a third party under the understanding that the third party, such in this case, Generations Effect, had the subject matter expertise to be able to review the documentation and select a vendor that that they felt was would align based on the criteria that was provided. I would argue something similar to that of Councillor Hazelton in that we do have some really strong subject matter experts in our community who could also provide scientific feedback with regards to who they feel may or may not be better. The overarching comment that I'm making here is that I think we'd be doing the community a disjustice by not including those that are very strong, specifically within a focus of this particular type of program. We would not be doing the community justice. I would like to very much see that we defer, albeit for temporary, to have Mr. Mason reach out to those subject matter experts, have them review, and perhaps they come back with the exact same recommendation. We don't know, but I'd like to see some community involvement, specifically with the scientists that we have within our community that are focused on water quality testing and do have that expertise behind them. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Again, just expressing my frustration here through you, Mr. Mayor. The report provided by Dylan does include significant stakeholder involvement. If there are stakeholders that are concerned about the bay, they're concerned about it 12 months of the year, not just 6 or 4 or whatever. Availability does not have to be in person, I'm sure. Current technology allows for remote meetings, and I think that's very, very important. I think the report provided by Dylan is very comprehensive in that regard. And as I said, I think we've done all the appropriate due diligence to bring this forward, and we should be moving ahead with it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Nicholson, I've seen head noddings and all that. Did you want to make any comments with those head nods or shakes or whatever they were?
Sorry, through your worship, that was me just agreeing with Councillor Jarvis. I think we have done everything that council has asked for us. We have provided them through the process of our procurement policy, exactly what is required that meets the laws. This is not something, from what I understand, that can be up for discussion. We can't have other outside people grading or looking at it. What I'm getting from some of the other councillors is they want to throw this whole process aside and start over, because that's the only way you're going to achieve what they want. All the scientific people that are in our communities could have actually put in an RFP if they wanted to. That's not saying we don't want them to be part of this process. They very well can be through public consultation. But if we start deferring and going back, we're starting this process all over again. And I'm not quite sure what the legalities are that, since we are to this point already, that would be something I think that Ms. Radigan would have to comment on. But I believe moving forward with what we have put before council, with the included public process in it, is going to actually provide council what they've wanted all along, which is a better program than what we've had in the past.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, back in September, I believe it was, that we as a council directed Generations Effect to execute the RFP that had been drafted up to that point, and to come back with a recommendation. So here in December, that's exactly what has happened, is what we asked for, what we directed.
Point of order, Your Worship.
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's a question directed at you. Was that your second conversation?
Can you please?
Was that your second turn in talking?
I'm asking you to turn your camera on and
nope.
Expressing your point of order.
How's that?
Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
What is your point?
My question was your comment your second turn in discussion, or was it just colorful add-on?
I was just about to, I was initiating my second round of contribution to this discussion.
So you've concluded that now. So you have concluded your second round. I took note of Councillor Cooper's hand up before yours, and saw that you.
Councillor Cooper has spoken twice to this matter.
Okay, so you've now concluded your second. Thank you.
I have not concluded my second round of remarks because you interrupted them with your point of order.
Got it. Thank you.
What I was trying to say was that I believe that, council back in September directed Generations Effect, or Mr. Mason, to go ahead with the RFP and come back with a recommendation, and he has done so. I think it's, as has been noted by other councillors, I think what's important with the recommended organization is they absolutely are including consultation with residents and staff and council going forward. And so I think I would like to see this process continue to move forward. And I think that if we were to, I also share, as our CBO, Ms. Nicholson, added that, if we open up again to everyone, we're going to delay this whole process. I had understood from Mr. Mason and some of his remarks that if we make this selection, then this organization is going to start moving forward. They're going to be involved with the testing this summer, I believe, to some extent. Obviously not taking the whole thing over yet because it's a work in process. But I think that, in my opinion, we asked for this recommendation to be provided to us. It is being provided to us. And I believe that the winning bid, in spite of being more expensive, will give us better results, because if they weren't going to give us more work than the other bidders, then they wouldn't have scored as well, because their scoring was penalized. Councillor Cooper, if you're brief, I'll give you that third chance. It's unusual, but I will do it.
Thank you, Mayor, and I would appreciate it if you'd get your stopwatch out, because I think we have a councillor here that believes that everybody speaks 20 minutes, which is complete and total nonsense. But I will move on from that nonsense.
We knew that was an exaggeration.
I'll move on from that nonsense, and other than to say that I think it's naive to expect our seasonal residents to, as has been pointed out, to be paying attention in the middle of winter. They just don't. So whether you can zoom in or not, they're not interested. They're interested 6 months of the year. That's the reality. And 95% of the people act and operate that way. So I would suggest that. The final point I'd make is that it's been noted that in September, council was updated, so to speak. That's lovely. But there was an expectation that our working group would continue to meet. It never did. And I think that is a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. No, and I would just, for a correction, if I may, Councillor Cooper, we did pass a motion in September. It wasn't just an updated report. We did pass a motion, and the motion was for Generations Effect to go ahead.
Did that, excuse me, Mayor, but did that include keeping the working group out of it?
There was no reference to the working group.
No, there was no reference. Thank you.
All right. I have a motion to read. I have moved by Councillor Bocek.
I'm requesting, sorry, Your Worship, I'm requesting a registered vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council approves the selection of Greenland International Dillon Consulting Limited to proceed with the development of a water quality program. All those in favor, and I'm going to hand that over to our clerk.
Let the record show Councillor Graziano requested recorded vote. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor MacTier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 4-3.
All right. Thank you. With that, let's go back to our items 7 and 8, which is communications from mayor and council, followed by communication from our CAO. And I started to my left last month, so I'm going to start to my right this month. And I think I'm going to start with Councillor Jarvis, and then I'm going to go Predko, Bocek, and then over to this side.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. November through December from our last council, a few things are, meetings were limited by view of the weather, caused me not to be able to attend a few events, or a few events being canceled due to extenuating circumstances. I don't really have that much to report, other than attending the Bayscapes event, which is always very good for the GBLT. Special council meetings and SegBay. The SegBay AGM was a wonderful event, and it's nice to see new people that are now members of SegBay helping out, and SegBay itself moving ahead at a very good pace under very, very astute direction from Arthur Chaskos and Lisa Buck. There are some big strides being taken there. They were appreciative of the monies provided through grant process by this council. And I'm very, very happy to see what they are doing and how they are doing it. The holiday train I missed, again, that was a weather-related event, but together went very, very well. And really, I don't have much else. Yeah, I don't have much else to report. Library's doing very, very well. We'll be getting further reports from them upcoming. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pedco.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. Very similar, a lot of weather interrupted activities in the last few weeks. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the rescheduled Santa Claus parade in MacTier, which I had hoped to go. Same with the holiday train with the snow event, but we did have some different meetings. We did have our budget meetings, and I've had follow-up discussions with residents on that topic. And I've also been meeting with residents about other issues related to bylaw, weather follow-up, and as well the Snowmobile Club up in MacTier is having ongoing discussions trying to get their memorandum of understanding signed by the township, the residents, and I believe the district as well. So we'll be watching the district vote on Monday carefully to see how that council responds to this requirement that's been imposed on the snowmobile clubs. And otherwise, we had a great holiday lunch with the staff on Friday afternoon. So it was nice to be able to see and spend some time with staff when we're not talking about issues of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
You and through you, Mayor. I'm going to give you a laundry list, and if anybody has anything they want me to elaborate on, I certainly will. November the 2nd, attended the SCAG meeting. The 4th was council open and closed. The 5th, planning council in Cow. The 18th, District of Muskoka, we had a few meetings up there through the main council meeting. The 21st, health services meeting and CAPS meeting. There was something in the CAPS meeting the Township of Georgian Bay should be aware of, and that is that there's changing in their way of looking at planning and the lot sizes and everything else. And when it came up to the infrastructure, I basically stated that the Township of Georgian Bay did not have the infrastructure for affordable housing, low-income housing, and that type of thing. And we're going to have more discussions on district about that. The 26th budget, the 29th, I attended the All Associations meeting, which I thought was the best meeting for information gathering from all the different cottage associations. We had council training on the 3rd and 4th. And then I attended the Port Severn Honey Harbor Parade, the Coldwater Parade, the Seg Bay tree lighting, the MacTier Parade, and unfortunately I had to miss the MacTier Wild Game Dinner because of conflicting schedules. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mother Nature was not so kind to us this month, unfortunately, and with regrets, I had to miss some of the events that were articulated earlier, such as the holiday train, both Christmas parades, and the game night dinner. Not only was weather hampering my ability to and my safe travels, but I also had and am still without power at both my properties within the township. They're estimating the repair time to be the 12th of December, and let's hope that that doesn't move forward as well, because it's been constantly moving forward. With that said, monthly association meetings were held online. I attended the MacTier Legion Remembrance Day ceremony and provided a statement there. Online again, Snowmobile Access Working Group. I had attended the special meetings for council with respect to municipal grants. I have also attended and participated in the inaugural OBD Rock Crushing Working Group. Of course, I attended the MacTier Advisory Committee, and that pretty much concludes this month. Hopefully, Mother Nature is a little bit more cooperative and not so harsh on our electrical grid in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. This month was actually filled with lots of calls from residents on both planning matters and water quality RFP matters. Attended the monthly library board meeting. Had an opportunity to meet with our director of operations, Brad, to talk about facilities. Found that to be very helpful. Two special council meetings on finance, two council training sessions with Rick O'Connor, attended my first Muskoka Watershed Council meeting, and thoroughly enjoyed the Georgian Bay Township Christmas party, where gift stealing seemed to be the order of the day, and that was quite fun to watch. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Busy month. I'm not going to go through everything, but had some good meetings. I start with November 7th. Had a meeting with James Steele and Councillor Hazelton to talk about marina waste issue with some ideas as to what, looking for some ideas and trying to develop ideas to solve our marina issue in the entire township, actually. So that was a good meeting. I think I'm hopeful that we'll get somewhere in the next few months. It's been a long haul. What else do we have here? So there's I do attend both in person and by observation, I guess, the Committee of Adjustment on the 8th. District Council meetings, I attended in person both the Engineering and Public Works Committee that I sit on, as well as the District Council on the 18th. And what else that week? Oh yes, on the 22nd, the Georgian Bay Land Trust annual art auction. I attended that. It was very well attended. And I can say that as I understand it, they raised a record amount of money. So that was very good. And it was nice to see Councillor Jarvis there for I think, doing some volunteer work, which it was good to see, wearing his volunteer hat and everything. So that was great. What else have we got here? Yeah, so of course, I think there's basically, oh yes, on the 26th, I attended a function at the, it's called the B&R, the Badminton Racket Club in Toronto, a retirement party for an outstanding executive director of the Georgian Bay Land Trust, Bill Lougheed from Go Home Bay. And so that was a very nice function, attended by probably, I don't know, 75 people or something like that. So very good. And finally, the in-person training on the 3rd and the 4th with Rick O'Connor, which was very good to go through that, and hopefully we all learned something. And I think that is, oh, and on Friday the 6th, of course, the staff council Christmas party, which was, I got that date right? Yes, I do. Yeah, so I think that's about it. Oh, a planning group meeting on the 5th. I missed that one at 10 o'clock, and so there we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Like my fellow councillors, attended many council meetings and committee meetings and all that stuff, both township and district level. On top of that, Remembrance Day, November 11th, up at MacTier at the Legion, and always, I think it's a very important thing that we acknowledge our history that way, and the people and what they were actually fighting for as well. I thought it's extremely important. On the 14th, along with a couple of staff members, attended something called Rethink Poverty in Barrie, which was a very interesting gathering in my mind. How the extent to which our various levels of government and volunteer organizations are trying to support those who are less privileged than we are, most of us. On the 15th, emergency management training with the staff, and I always find those exercises quite useful to get you realize all the structure that we have in place if we were to declare an emergency, and how, and given Gravenhurst having to do so with the snow a couple of weeks ago, or what, just over a week ago now, I think you realize how important to have that structure in place. On the 18th, I met with Inspector Pittman of the Midland OPP. And on the 21st, I was in Midland again for the Severn Sound Environmental, had a climate exchange, which are quite an informative meeting on many levels of activities taking place with regards to the climate challenges. On the 22nd, again, firefighters' appreciation had to be postponed because they were out on the highway on a call and weren't able to get out of that in time. And I'm hoping that we do something to recognize the firefighter department in the near future, though I don't know, Chief Mundum, as anything's been scheduled at this point, but it'd be lovely to be able to do something for them to recognize all their efforts over the past year. On the 28th, I found myself in Huntsville for the Integrated Watershed. They had a management conference. It was very interesting to attend that. On the 30th, made it to MacTier for the holiday train, which also included our MP and our MPP in attendance, and quite a large crowd of what I often call MacTierians, but they're a wider range than that, who enjoyed the challenge of the getting through the snow, which was quite significant. And I think that actually improved everyone's mood because they loved having all the snow. Had a wrap-up Honeybee Festival meeting on, I think that was the 5th. And I'm looking forward to getting the reports of the final figure. I know I keep making that little dig at you, Director Schneier, but you know, I am still looking forward to that number when you get it finalized. Yes, I was at the staff party. I thought that was a great celebration of enjoying staff, and though it was called short because of the weather and everybody went home, and I did the same. And in hindsight, because it didn't get nearly as bad as I expected, I wish I'd stayed around for the tree lighting, but I missed that, and I understand that was a great success. And then on Saturday, the Port Severn Santa Claus parade and the children's party afterwards in the Baxter Ward Community Center. I understand that they had 142 children on the list that were receiving support and packages, and I think that it is unbelievable the amount of work that the volunteers put into things like these parades and parties. And then Saturday evening, I was in MacTier for the Wild Game dinner, that the Lions Club fundraising event, and I was told yesterday that they might have raised somewhere in the range of $8,000 from that event, and it was obviously a great success. Drawing people wide and far in that room were people from all over the place. I was quite surprised how far some people had driven for it. And of course, yesterday was the MacTier Santa Claus parade in MacTier, and a reception party for the kids afterwards, in the upstairs of the arena. Santa told me I was a good boy. He gave me a little coin that said so, that I'd been good. So I'm got my fingers crossed that there might be something in the stocking come Christmas. And that's my report. If you turn your mic on.
This is addressed to Director Schneier. I had arranged with a family from MacTier, a husband and wife and 2 children, to get on the train and go up to Perry Sound, which was arranged by Mrs. Schneier through the group she had to. Unfortunately, the folks couldn't make it because from Perry Sound back down to MacTier would have been a challenge. But he asked me to thank Director Schneier and everybody that took part in that. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to CEO Mariotti for your comments, and I'm going to call a break after your comments, CEO Mariotti.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsia, and good morning again, Council. For my monthly update, I'd like to talk about my 2024 Township of Georgian Bay year in review staff report. I won't read the report in detail, as I hope you'll have had time to read it for yourselves, about the successful year that we've had in 2024. But I do want to summarize the report for you very briefly. It highlights our strategic efforts and successes achieved under your direction, aligning with our 2022 to 2026 strategic plan, focusing on Council's 6 strategic pillars. So in terms of resolutions and workflows between February and November of this year, Council issued 178 resolutions, averaging 18 per month, and staff have been able to close out 121 of those resolutions, with 25 in progress and 32 that are currently open. In terms of strategic pillars achievements, under environmental protection, we administered a township-wide water quality testing and initiated a water quality management program that was the subject of a lot of debate earlier this morning. We successfully implemented a short-term rental program, which actually it significantly improved water quality through septic system remediation. We also partnered with Georgian Bay Land Trust on a corridor conservation project, conserving over 550 acres and protecting over 30,000 acres from development. We've also been actively involved in managing the floating accommodation file to protect our waters, and we secured funding for a greenhouse gas reduction study, which will lead to enhanced environmental performance for our facilities. On the fiscal responsibilities and technology efficiencies pillar, we migrated and improved our current file hold document management system, and we soon plan to implement an even more efficient Laserfiche system that will be able to integrate with our TownSuite software. We've upgraded our infrastructure for enhanced performance and security, and TownSuite integration is going very well. We're improving our planning and service request management. And last but not least, the revenue generation project identified significant potential for annual user pay revenues. Under the streamlining planning policies and procedures pillar, we introduced zoning certificates, expediting the building permit process, and we implemented the AMPS system to adding to bylaws enforcement suite of tools to achieve compliance in a timely manner. And in terms of customer experience and community engagement, we've enhanced communication initiatives such as newsletters to keep the community informed. We've encouraged the public involvement via the website subscriptions for township updates, and staff are looking at ways to receive customer service feedback from our customers in the near future. For the district and township relationships pillar, we've fostered collaborations, notably coordinating assistance with 12 Mile Bay road maintenance, and we have continued dialogue on the waste management issues. Also on affordable housing, we're working with the district to try and implement something in MacTier. And for our engagement with Indigenous communities pillar, we partnered with Moose Deer Point First Nation for road allowance transfers, supporting community cohesiveness, and we contributed to Moose Deer Point Fire Service support during some transition periods that they had. There's also some additional highlights I'd like to mention, in that we brought the administration of the Port 7 Food Bank in-house, achieving cost savings while providing an excellent level of customer service. And we expanded our services to include marriage ceremonies and licenses, and we undertook a township-wide fire master plan to meet the current needs and future growth of the township. And lastly, in terms of community and culture, we celebrated the opening events for Rendezvous Park and the new pickleball courts in Honey Harbour, boosting local engagement and tourism. And we also celebrated earlier this summer the formal naming of Mrs. C's Park in MacTier. So to conclude, I feel that our execution underpins the significant progress that we've made in multiple domains this year, and I'm confident that these achievements have positively impacted the township and represented the excuse me, the collective efforts of our staff working diligently under council's guidance. So thank you for your attention and for supporting staff in their delivery of council's strategic plan.
Thank you very much. A lot has been done over the past year and continues to be done, so I compliment you on all that. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break, and let's come back at let's be in our chairs and moving at 11:05. Thank you.
I do. Thank you, Mayor Coutier and members
Oh,
of council.
sorry, I didn't have my mic on. I apologize to everybody. I didn't have my mic on. I'm explaining that we're now going to staff report 9C on the budget. As Director Sokash we're awaiting his return. So we're going straight to the budget, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier, and through you to members of council. The purpose of this report is to provide an update on the amendments that council approved for consideration in the 2025 budget at its meeting held on November 26, 2024, and to establish a final budget for the Township of Georgian Bay. The consolidated budget results in a net tax levy increase of 8.44%. This includes council-directed and realigned budget items, as well as service enhancements. The Township's 2025 budget will result in a property tax increase of approximately $105 annually over 2024 for an average water detached property assessed at $453,000. Staff have also provided council with an option to include a full-time recreation coordinator and/or a part-time administrative contract position for 1 year. This would result in an additional municipal tax levy increase of 1.1%. for an overall increase to the municipal tax levy of 9.54%. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Obviously, a lot of the questions have already been asked and you've responded to that. So, council, any additional questions or comments? Councilor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you to our Director of Finance for the report. The concern that I have is the fact that we are conflating, I guess, different issues into the report, and I'm hoping that we can separate these out to ensure that we're voting on them individually. And what I mean by that specifically is that we have in this report the recommended 8.44% increase in the operating budget, an annual capital budget with $6,478,125 and a net capital funding budget be approved. And then we're also looking to approve the indemnification and some other things in here. I wonder whether or not it'd be prudent if we separated those out so we could vote on them individually and or carve out the indemnification component of it, because I do have some reservations and some concerns with regards to what is being proposed here. And I don't feel that the other issues should be hindered by that conversation and or that we should batch vote on things. I see this as kind of a, we have to vote on everything collectively rather than taking them out. So I'd like to take a few things out, vote on them independently, and then consider the rest. Thank you.
Could you please advise which particular items you would like to have voted on separately?
So I think that the food bank, the indemnification, those should come out, and those should be separated because I think that they're separate issues. Everything else can stay in here and we can discuss it on its based on the report. But I think that those two issues should be removed.
Thank you. So the indemnification, I'll see how the rest of the council goes. The indemnification and the food bank reserve you wanted voted on separately. Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I believe we have now re-added a program coordinator position and an administrator. And just briefly on that, I know we've talked about it in the past, but I just wanted to really confirm because I did have a different original conversation with whether or not there would be opportunities for grants from district or the province to help cover the cost of a salary for recreation program coordinators, because this is it seems to be something that is specific and within the line sight of the district and the province for different opportunities. So either the Director of Sustainability or the Director of Finance, if you could just really confirm whether or not we could hope to have any offsets in the operating year to this salary cost.
Thank you, MacTier, through you to Councillor Predko. If there are any grants that are available, staff would definitely be proceeding to apply for them. The majority of grants that I'm aware of do not normally provide grants for internal staff funding. It's very rare, but I do believe the position itself is to look for additional opportunities for recreational items to take place, and we could also look at fees as a part of that, which would definitely offset the cost of this position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's fine.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And just briefly want to say that I support the request by Councillor Graziano in terms of pulling certain things. Thank you.
Not seeing any other comments at this point. What I will do, if with the indulgence of the clerk, is read three separate motions. One on the indemnification, another one on the food bank reserve, and the third one for everything else. Is that okay? So first item, moved by Councillor Predko, and I'm going to use the same movers and seconders just for convenience. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council approve the creation of an indemnification of council and employee reserve in the amount of $56,000. Any discussion? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see lots of hands, so that is carried. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis, that council establish a food bank reserve to support our community's food assistance program. Any comments or questions? Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. My question has got to do with MacTier and the MacTier Food Bank, which falls within the township. And my understanding is that has been run and financed by the Lions Club? Yeah, the Lion. And they came to me last week, and I only had one asked at that time, and that's that the township shoveled the snow from in front of them so they could give people some food. But my question is part of this funding going to be for the Lions Club Food Bank in MacTier?
Through your worship, Councillor Bocek, no, the funding for this is solely for the Port Severn Honey Harbor Food Bank.
Follow-up question? Similar to what all other departments do here, there's mutual sharing between, is there any way, or is this something private and then public that you just can't intermix? Because I know they're always looking, and it's always a great cause.
Anytime that we get large donations like dog food or containers of food, we share without any hesitation with MacTier. We also include them in our backpack program and our Slaying Hunger program. We just don't offer them any township financial support because we don't have access to their financial records.
Thank you.
And I think it's worth noting as well that the MacTier Food Bank receives annual contributions from the CPKC Holiday Train, and those funds are exclusively for MacTier, not for the Port Severn Food Bank. Any other questions or comments on this? Councillor Predko, sorry, you had your hand up before.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. Just to confirm, the township has in the past made specific donations to the MacTier Food Bank upon request. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Predko, I believe that they applied for some funding
last year
through the community grant program, but that is separate and aside from anything that's in the budget.
Okay, and I just wanted to confirm that if there was a specific request in the future from the food bank, the council would consider it.
Yeah, because they made an application in 24, but not in 2025,
okay.
For 2025 at this point.
And then just as a follow-up question is, we don't have a dollar amount in this line for the reserve.
Director Radigan.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsir, through you to Councillor Predko. The idea is that in order to establish a reserve, council must approve it. And at year end, if there are additional donations and less expenses, any amounts will be directly withdrawn and added to that reserve for any future needs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so there's not a dollar amount in our budget for that item at this point. Basically, it's permission to create an additional accounting code. All right, so moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council establish a food bank reserve to support our community's food assistance program. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right. And then overall, I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that the 2025 consolidated operating budget with an overall tax levy increase of 8.44% be approved, and that the 2025 annual capital budget with net capital expenditures totaling $6,478,125 and a net capital funding totaling $6,478,125 be approved, and that funds in the amount of $56,000 be appropriated from the tax rate stabilization reserve as to not to impact the tax levy for 2025. That's regarding the identification. And that a bylaw to approve the fees and charges for 2025 be presented for consideration at the December 9, 2024 meeting of council for final approval. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is carried. Thank you very much. And now we'll go to paid parking. Mr. Sokash.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councilman may recall over a year ago, we were asked to start looking into the feasibility of metering or having paid parking at the Miners Bay as well as the 6 Mile Lake parking lots that are owned by the township. Currently, it's free, basically unregulated parking. Our understanding was the intent of this was to try and generate some revenues through investments in these facilities. After speaking with the associations, looking at the costs involved, speaking with bylaw, due to the requirements and the administrative requirements of issuing parking passes, keeping track of the passes, and enforcement at the parking lots, etc., we're not able to find a means where this could be financially in the positive. There would be quite a bit of bylaw time, both issuing or staff time issuing parking permits, making sure the permits are going to people who or property owners who are eligible for them, and then enforcing the use of the parking permits. If we had a paid parking system in place similar to the system that was proposed a couple of years ago, or with an online system or an in-place meter, it is not expected to generate nearly enough revenue to offset the costs. As such, and council received an email from one of the associations as well with some other concerns that they had last week. So at the current time, staff is suggesting that these efforts be suspended and that we just continue with the existing informal model, if you want to call it that, unless there's a significant change in somehow that this can be administered for very little cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any comments or questions on this? Councillor Bocek.
Thank you very much. And Brad, I'm only going to use, or Director Sokach, I'm only going to use an analogy of what I've seen before in cost savings, and that is a different method of parking. And that is township residents get a free card. Anybody who else wants a card has to come to the township and pay for it. And there's a gate upon entry of the parking lot. So if you have a card, you can put the card in, the gate's going to go up, you can go in. In other words, you don't have to go stand by a machine and everything else. And that card, maybe that card is $250 or $400. You buy it at the counter, gives you unlimited parking in all the township lots. I think we have to look at a different approach than what we have here in Port Severn. I can tell you the ways that people are cheating it, but that wouldn't be fair to the people who do. But I think a gated system with a card, we're trying to keep the public out of these lots, are we not? Up on 6 Mile and up at Miners Bay, isn't that not the purpose? It's for residents and their families and friends. You just don't want weekenders coming up, parking in there and camping?
Through the mayor, I don't believe that was the intent of the original resolution, although that is definitely something that was supported by the property owners or the two associations, that the lots just be available for them. We did not pursue a gated system or look into that at all, because it felt to us that that was getting quite a bit off track of where the council direction was.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions for my edification. How many parking spaces are existing at the moment? Can you tell me that? It's probably in your report. I didn't get that number.
Through the mayor, it is not in the report. At Miners Bay, there's somewhere on the order of 85, and at the other locations, there's probably 40 combined.
What was the second? You'll have to speak up.
Probably about 40 at the other locations.
40, not 85.
No, 85 at Miners Bay and another 40 at the 6 Mile Lake locations.
Oh, that's two different amounts at two different locations.
Correct. There's actually 3 different locations. There's 2 different small lots on 6 Mile Lake.
Okay, so and these parking spots are available on township land, correct?
Technically, some of the land is owned by the township, but it is administered by the township. We do have the rights to use it. We have an agreement with the MNR. So yes.
Okay, so this is, and anybody, and it sort of catch can. Is that the system that you're recommending?
Don't know what that means. What I'm recommending is the existing system of first come, first serve, no charge.
Catch can.
Okay.
Catch it if you can. In other words. Okay, so in reality, there's parking there for these communities at no cost, and it's not the sort of thing that's provided in other communities like Honey Harbor. It's just not there. We pay at marinas. So this is a pretty nice ride as it stands. To make it any, to spend any more money on this, I have difficulty, and I support your recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had also an inquiry with regards to practicality behind making it exclusive to residents. I'm definitely for that if in the event that it's going to save us costs and achieve the same goals, which is to mitigate the wear and tear that transients cause on our assets, and thereby having the residents and ratepayers have to pay for the repairs. So with regards to that, how does our Director of Operations, Brad, how do you envision making it exclusive to just residents, aside from providing a gate with a key fob?
Through the mayor, the gate with a key fob might be the most practical solution. The other option is for the municipality to be issuing permits, however many per property owner, and then having bylaw regularly patrolling the parking lot, either part of the year or for the entire year. We would suggest part of the year, because once we get into the fall and the winter, the usage is dramatically reduced.
Follow-up question, if I may, yeah, understood. The question is, would it be a ticketable offense? Would it be towed if in the event that a non-resident is parked there? What are we looking at with regards to ensuring not only that that non-resident is penalized, but also may not want to come back again in the future? And at what cost do we think the gate system would work? And do we even have electricity, or how would we operate that fob system there?
Through the mayor, I have done no work looking at a gate system, so I don't have any answers with respect to cost or infrastructure that would be required for it. The other question was enforcement was through tickets. I'm not aware of us ever having towed as a result of not having a pass at, right now it's only Port Severn Park.
So effectively, if I may for a moment, what I would understand then is that it would be made, only for residents. I'm not sure how we would administer that because we would then have to collect the license plates of our residents and their tax or the corresponding tax roll to verify. That would likely cause a bit of a concern with regards to friends and family. And so we would have to endeavor to figure out a way to ensure friends and family of residents could use that without penalty. But rather than installing a system or ticketing system, we would thereby generate our revenue through our own bylaw tickets. So that's what I'm hearing. So we would forego the need to purchase whatever the vendor was recommended. I can't remember their name. But our bylaw team would essentially effectively go out there frequently to see if there's any non-residents out there. So I guess then my inclination is to vote for residents only, which was the intent all along. But how we achieve that goal, I think, is going to matter, and how we execute on that is really going to matter to the residents of our township.
I think we should not go too far down this because the proposal was to suspend discussions of paid parking versus exploring alternatives at this time.
Through the
If I
mayor,
may follow up on that, sorry.
Well, I'm going to let Mr. Sokash respond.
through the mayor, unless I misinterpreted the resolution, it wasn't to look at just having the lots just for property owners. That would have been a very different task, and we would have approached it quite differently than the way we did. Our understanding was that it would always be available for tourists, that there would be some sort of a method, whether it's passes or something else for property owners as well as family members or friends to a limited amount to have access. If it's just for the property owners, that's going in a different direction, which we can, but we haven't looked into that, and we don't have many answers to questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Just to confirm that the Go Home Lake Cottage Owners Association is in favor of the staff report and suspending the program. I think in conversations with them, they have tried to think of many different ways to track and provide a means of providing passes or charging for parking, and there seems to always be a problem in that many of the cottages now, having been in the same family ownership for a couple of generations, the cottage is shared between multiple generations and multiple siblings, and trying to coordinate a pass or anything else has just seemed to be an insurmountable approach. So I don't really have anything else to add. I think, if there was a pass system, I do think power and sharing of the pass, again, would become an issue, and probably vandalizing of the gate. So I would just leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'll just comment that gates, in my experience, provide more problems than answers to anything. So I don't think gating is a good idea. Just from a logistics standpoint. I appreciate the report. A lot of work's gone into it. It's unfortunate that we can't, residents can't come up with something that's agreeable. But as Councillor Cooper noted, in Honey Harbor, we all pay for parking. And I think the best bet would be for residents to agree to pay for parking, at least cover the cost of administering the program. And then at some point in time, maybe the revenue generated from those parking without a pass might help pay for it, but if that's not where we're at, then that's not where we're at. So I'm happy with the report. Thank you, Brad.
Councillor Cooper, you have an additional remark?
Not so much remarks, Mayor, but perhaps our Director of Operations could comment. I just did some quick math. I came up with over $500,000 if we were to do this, the 12,000 per unit. Is that correct? In other words, I see $12,000 per parking unit times 45 and 85, and it comes to $540,000. Is that correct, or what is the cost?
I think the 12,000 was the capital cost of putting in the system
Per unit.
per pay unit, so in effect it would be.
So it's for that lot, it would cost $12,000.
Through the mayor, that's right.
Okay,
For
and
the
then
box,
other costs, I guess, for badges or whatever hanging on your mirror would be a little bit more, but it's not 12,000 times each parking spot.
through the mayor, no, that would be, if that was revenue, that'd be awesome. But,
Okay,
a
just want to
lot of it-
understand, so it's not all that expensive, but nevertheless, I think I'll still say that I support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for some clarification, the costs we see that are difficult to quantify are the staff costs, the patrolling costs, the ticket costs, the issuing the passes is actually quite a bit of staff time. So those are the costs. They're very difficult to quantify, but they're the ones that I would say I'm more concerned about than anything.
On that note then, so we really don't have a picture, but if one did a little bit of calculating and guesstimating, so to speak, it's not 12,000, it might be 75,000 or something like that.
Through the mayor, I think I'd go in the other direction, but it would be significant, and as far as staff time is concerned right now, we have difficulties getting things done, and issuing these passes is a lot of time and a lot of work for whoever does it.
So if you can't do it, then you'd have to hire somebody, so that would cost money too.
Through the
There's
mayor,
75,000 right there. Thank you.
Through the mayor, thank you for getting to that point. That's where I was hoping to guide you.
Councillor Bocheck, you also want to make an additional remark? I'd like to wrap this up, actually.
Personally, I think this should be unmonitored. No matter what you come up with a system, I don't think bylaw has to add anything to it, any employees or anything else. Let's let this carry out like the most of our township and make it complaint driven. So if somebody phones a township and says, hey, this guy doesn't have a sticker in his window and he's parked where I normally park, then bylaw can go up and do it. But to have bylaw specifically looking for infractions, that's costing a lot of money. And everything else in this township is complaint driven for bylaw. I think this should be too, but I don't want to take any more time on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a little bit surprised at how the discussion went on this item, because I had never thought that we were reserving these parking lots exclusively for residents. And, I know in some situations, and Go Home Lake would be a prime example, they have visitors regularly, like campers. And, my concern, if we did go to a gated system, not only we'd have to build a gate, we'd have to build the fencing around it so people couldn't bypass the gate. And then we'd have to replace that beam of that gate because it'd be broken on a regular basis for people who can't park on the road and saying, well, I'm not going to go park on another road somewhere else and have to walk in a few kilometers or more. So I personally think that the suspension of this project makes perfect sense now, because we're not being able to come up with a solution that was workable and worth it. And even though I fully accepted that no matter what we came up with, there would be unhappy residents, guaranteed. Anyway, with that, I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council recognizes the limited financial benefits and increased municipal costs that exploration of a paid parking program for the Go Home Lake and 6 Mile Lake public parking areas incurred, and that the paid parking program be suspended. All those in favor? And that program is suspended. Thank you. All right, and with that, I can turn to page 3 of our agenda. And I have now council appointments to committee as our last staff report, I believe it. Yes, our last staff report. Council appointments to committee. And Madam Clerk, that is your report.
Thank you, Your Worship. Annually, per the Planning Act, any municipal councillors who are appointed as members to the Committee of Adjustment need to be reappointed annually. So this is a general exercise that we do each year to review the Committee of Adjustment council members. But since this is midterm, it's general practice to review committee appointments of members of council as a whole. So I rolled it into one report. It's up to council on if they do wish to switch up some of their councillor appointments for some of the other committees and representations. But at the very least, we do need to appoint the Committee of Adjustment council representatives so we can bring the bylaw forward for 2025.
Okay, thank you very much. I see lots of hands going up already before we've even narrowed it down. So I'm going to start with Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments about this. For myself, I have no driver's license and can't make it to committee outside of at this township office. And so I've resigned from 2 very important committees to me. One thing I can do is I've been on the Committee of Adjustments in the past for 6 years, 5 years. Actually, with Mayor Coates, I sat for, I think, 3 years. So I would appreciate it if I could be put on the Committee of Adjustments. If somebody wants to nominate me, because I can walk over here. And I think I have enough experience to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pedco.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I'm happy to continue staying on the Committee of Adjustment, but I just wanted to raise a question to Councillor Graziano. He and I had talked at the beginning of our terms that we could switch in and out between committees for different experiences, given that we're both rookie councillors, and just ask Councillor Graziano if there's a committee he would like to switch with me for Committee of Adjustment.
Thank you, Councillor Predko. At this time, I'm happy to maintain status quo. And so if you wish to continue with the COA, then that'd be fantastic.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to continue, but that's for others to decide as well. Thank you.
All right. Any other? Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, I feel hurt. Councillor Graziano, you were supposed to be switching with Councillor Predco, and then we talked about you switching with me, and so, you know, who are you switching with? Anyways, I would like to nominate Councillor Graziano if he would stand for it. As a junior councillor in his first term, I think he did want the experience, and I'm quite happy to step aside and allow him to step into the role.
I'd be honored to accept that. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I've now been on Committee of Adjustment going into my second term. I've been with Committee of Adjustment for a while. I understand Councillor Bocek's comments, and if he wanted to switch up with me, I wouldn't have a problem with that, except that me moving to a committee which requires significantly more travel, for instance, up to Muskoka or wherever, may be problematic since for occasions I either have weather-induced problems being from Collingwood or distance being from Toronto. I do it for Committee of Adjustment. That has worked. But I would be, I mean, if it works for council, as a will of council, then I don't mind giving up my position on Committee of Adjustment, though I have really learned a lot there. So,
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as a clarification, I don't think you could sit on any of the councils, any of the committees in the district. That's not going to happen, other than as an alternate. If I may, thank you, Councillor Bocek. If I may, yes, so I think it's important to understand that you won't be on a committee, I guess, or or that committee if you resign from it. I'd personally like to see you on that committee because it would be nice to have representation from coastal Georgian Bay. We already have 2 people that have, or 3 people that have volunteered from wards 3 and 1. So are we appointing, sorry, how many are we appointing here?
We can appoint anywhere from 0 to 3.
Okay.
And I would like, if I may add, no counselor has an obligation to be on any of these appointments. It's to me a combination of volunteer if you're interested and if council would approve. So, you know, this talk about swapping positions, that's actually up to council. So anyway, but for the Committee of Adjustment, which I'm glad we're talking about first because it was the first one on the list here, we can anywhere from 0 to 3.
So I'm just nominating Councillor Jarvis if he will stand. He's sort of semi-resigned, but if he will stand, I would like to suggest that it would be useful to have somebody from coastal Georgian Bay on the Committee of Adjustment. No, thank you. I'm obviously way too strict. Thank you.
Please, Mayor, I have no objection to staying on the committee. That was not the point. I was trying to help out council, just generally speaking. I know that Councillor Bochek wants to be involved in matters, and I know that there are limitations there. So, but I also understand the concept of having good representation across the municipality on things such as Committee of Adjustment. There is the SCAG committee as well, which Councillor Bochek is on, and maybe he and I could switch places. I don't know if that pleases the council or not, but I'm happy to go with direction from council on either of these.
Councillor Bochek.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Cooper. I think that's a good plan. I think you should have somebody from the Bay representing. I did really appreciate the fact that it's a committee that I can come to. I can walk over here and be involved in. And most of the other committees I can't, but having this councillor here represent the Bay, I think is the right move. So I'll try and find something else to do. If you'd like to nominate, I'll step aside.
I want to get paid more then.
Maybe one of the other councillors may drop out. I don't know, but we can pick 3. That's all I know.
And you know, currently, councillors Jarvis, Predco, and Hazelton are the 3 that we have been sitting on that committee this past year. Right now, I've seen expressed interest, if I can call it that, expressed by Jarvis, Graziano, Bochek, Councillor Hazelton. I don't know if you're lack of interest or just willing to set aside. Councillor Predco, I'm always interested in it, but I'm willing to set myself aside. So given that only Councillor Cooper has said specifically he's not interested, we can right now determine out of the, let me call it, the 5, Jarvis, Graziano, Bochek, Hazelton, and Predco, we should narrow that down to 3. So well, that we could get to that. I mean, we could also try to look at this in that if Councillor Hazelton is willing, is more or less offered to give up his seat for Councillor Graziano, we can take Councillor Hazelton off the list. So I'm going to take him off the list. So now we're down to 4. Jarvis, Graziano, Bochek, and Predco.
You can take me off the list too.
And now we've taken Councillor Bochek off the list.
I'll find something else to do.
So we are looking at the potential of Jarvis, Graziano, and Predco.
Do they accept?
Okay. So, Councillors Jarvis, Graziano, and Predco, are you willing and interested to serve on the Committee of Adjustment? Yeah. Okay. So then I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Councillors Jarvis, Graziano, and Predco be appointed to the Committee of Adjustment for 2025, and that the Committee of Adjustment appointment bylaw be brought forward for adoption. All those in favor? All right. I'm going to write this down so I don't forget.
Mayor, I have a question.
You, go ahead, please, Councillor Hazelton.
Is it possible for Councillor Graziano to start in December?
No, but it's certainly possible for him to attend and observe. Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
Could he be an alternate?
I don't know if we do alternates.
We don't do alternates?
And why can't council make that decision as opposed to a recommendation?
We can't make that decision now?
The appointments are for the annual year. So
For provincial legislation.
Okay.
Okay, our next one that I have on the list is the Georgian Bay Public Library. Councillors Hazelton and Jarvis, I believe, have been our reps for, is it half a dozen years? I think.
Yeah, my understanding was that was a term appointment, not a periodic appointment. But that's just my understanding.
Well, we're going to both get that confirmed one way or another.
Because that's, I think, the library legislation.
I'm not aware of legislation. Generally, the public library one is for the term, but I don't believe there's anything stipulating that it has to be.
Well, then
The rest of them are optional and whether changes are made or not made.
does anybody else want to replace either Jarvis and or Hazelton? All right, so regardless of legislation, I have moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Graziano. Oh, so I can just ignore it? Yes. Oh, well. So, council, everybody's in agreement to maintain Hazelton and Jarvis on the library? Good. I didn't even call the vote. I just looked at the head nods and the hands, and we're all good. Councillor Cooper.
And I'm really delighted that we're ignoring certain regulations and legislation. Thank you.
I'm glad you take delight.
Good going.
Councillor Bocek.
Sorry for the comments after the place, but I just wanted to say that since these two councillors have been on the library board, that library has grown exponentially. And I've been here a long time, and I've never even seen that library do what it does today. So good job, guys.
I'll gladly take the credit. Thank you.
Yeah. I think we also have to give credit to the board and the staff, because I think the combination has been increased hugely the abilities of our library. Sorry?
I own a library card now for the first time.
Oh, wow.
Do you read?
Ooh. Councillor Hazelton.
Since we're talking about the library, I would like to just put we'll call it a shout out. Our CEO of the library and our board chair work incredibly well together. And I think the two of them are really the game changer for the library. And although I would like to think that I'm a significant player in that role, I feel like I'm standing on the outside looking in and watching two stars perform. So I think we need to recognize that.
Thank you. Yeah. MacTier Arena Advisory Committee. And with apologies, Graziano, Predco are the two that are on it, but we can, in theory, appoint up to 3. So my question is, who is interested in being on the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee? Councillor Graziano, are you willing to continue?
I am, thank you.
Councillor Predco, are you willing to continue?
I am too, thank you.
Any other councillor like to join that committee?
Not me. Just a question of clarification. There was 3 councillors appointed to this committee, not 2. And I resigned shortly after. Thank you.
Okay. So is there any, but there's no obligation to have 3. So therefore your resignation didn't upset the apple cart from that perception. I'm just asking if there's any other councillors who would like to join the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee. All right, so no change, so I can ignore that one. All right. Muskoka Housing Task Force. Councillor Graziano has been our representative on that task force. Councillor Predco.
If there's an opportunity for an alternate, I'd be happy to sit as an alternate on that committee.
I'm not sure on that one there's opportunity for an alternate.
Okay.
And I will express, I do have some concerns about our current appointment simply because of the attendance record. And the Councilor Graziano attended one of the first 5 meetings.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You attended one of the first 5 meetings of 2025. Sorry,
I believe that's incorrect.
I beg your pardon?
I believe that's an incorrect statement, Your Worship. I attended just as much meetings as our staff did. And I was also under the impression in the creation of this that I was to attend with staff. In fact, I was advised that I was to take a ride with staff in the e-vehicle. Come to understand that that's not in fact the case. Attendance has been fine.
I was advised by those running that task force that you attended one out of the first 5 meetings of 2024.
I would recommend you take a look at the minutes to determine whether or not that's in fact correct, because I did.
I did look at the minutes to confirm that.
Interesting.
Councillor Bochek.
I'm just asking a question because I don't know. Firstly, are district councillors allowed to sit on that board?
Yes.
And secondly, the representation for this board, I think, should have some background in real estate and things like that. Just because if we put somebody in there that has no idea of what this is all about, it could just be a waste of our time as far as I'm concerned. I think we have to have somebody with some intelligence and knowledge in housing and affordable housing and all that kind of stuff, and not just be there to learn.
Well, I don't think that's not one of the requirements. They're supported by other members and staff who have quite a bit of knowledge in housing. And it's a group that includes a number of mostly either district councillors or people from other organizations that are in housing. Councillor Cooper. Yeah. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and I apologize. My mouse is not allowing me to raise my hand, so I'm out of business on the hand part, but I will put my hand up.
Okay.
And just to say that I have sat on this committee as a member of the district council, and I think you know, you raise a good point, Councillor Bochek, but a lot of it is about using common sense, sitting on a sort of like a board of directors in a way. And, you know, is this a good solution for spending and so forth? And so it's not so much knowing how to build the building as it is about how to spend funds and get a real value for this kind of housing. So anyway, does it have to be a district councillor? I guess not. But it probably has been in the past.
To the best of my knowledge, and I could be correct in this, the other 5 municipalities are represented by one of their district councillors. Councillor Jarvis.
Yes, notwithstanding concerns about attendance, I'm in no position to comment one way or the other there, but perhaps from the standpoint of experience, it might be a good idea if Councillor Predko is suggested he'd be willing to be on that committee just to sort of move around experience on our council. It might not be a bad idea for the two to switch up just from the standpoint of giving, as I said, experience to Councillor Predko.
Councillor Cooper.
Just in terms of qualifying and what it involves, I think it's important to understand, and I'm not sure about this board as opposed to committees, but in the District of Muskoka, any committee work or council work, you have to attend 7 out of 10 meetings in person from Toronto. So just keep that in the back of your mind. It's not like our township where you have a little bit more flexibility. The district is very strict on their 3 meetings and no more attending.
This is not a committee of council, so to speak, at the district level. It is a separate task force, as they call it. And their reference to attendance is that members shall strive to attend every meeting or some general term like that. they are thinking of updating the attendance requirements.
Just a final point, and that is that when I sat on that committee, by the way, I was on the CAPS committee. It appeared that everybody that they chose may have come from CAPS. and
You're
not
talking about the task force, I'll call it 1.0, the prior task force, I imagine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, yes. Mhm.
I'm willing to sit on this if Councillor Predko is not, or and I see Councillor Graziano, you've raised your hand again.
I have, yes, and thank you for acknowledging it. It seems as though it's a fait accompli and a decision has already been made to preclude me. I have not stepped down, as for the record. Secondly, I take great offense to the fact that some would assume that I don't have any experience in this particular area. I remind council that my significant other is within this field. Specifically, she works for a design build company that I'm very familiar with. We also co-own a company that focuses on planning, design, engineering, and architecture. And so based on the subject matter that we would be discussing at District of Muskoka, I can't see why I would not actually fit the criteria if the event that criteria actually exists, which it doesn't. And I would go so far as to endeavor to recommend that before a decision is made here today, that we endeavor to pull back the record, specifically through YouTube, on initially how this committee or this seat was created and what was articulated in expectations within the seat at the time. Because again, I reiterate, I was under the impression that I was to attend with staff, and I did attend an equal amount of meetings that our staff member did. So if we are going to point fingers with regards to unattendance, well, I think it goes both ways. Staff attended just as many meetings as I did throughout the course of the year. And so at the end of the day, and staff can shake their heads, I've looked at the minutes, so please feel free to shake your head, staff. I looked at the minutes. It is objective reality. So if you wish to attempt to try to preclude me and nominate others, by all means, feel free to do so. But I'm not stepping down. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Do we have to have two votes then to remove somebody? Is that what we're up to here?
Yes.
No, we are now we're looking at making an appointment. If we appoint somebody different than Councillor Graziano, then effectively we have removed him. If we reappoint Councillor Graziano, he remains in the seat.
But we haven't removed anybody else, so this is a removal if you do it that way.
In effect.
Yeah, I can't support that.
It's the same thing like when we voted for Committee of Adjustment, we effectively removed Councillor Hazelton.
He self-selected out.
Yes, I understand that, but that was the net effect.
That's different.
Okay. Are you about to put your finger down to Councillor Predko or? Oh, okay. Sorry, Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through your worship. I don't think I have the ability to commit the time for travel to this committee, so I would prefer not to be nominated for that. Thank you.
All right, well, I'm going to put my name forward as a potential candidate for this position. So, do we simply put in one of these names or? So I will have moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Councillor Graziano be appointed to the Muskoka Housing Task Force 2.0 for the 2025-2026 period, and that the necessary bylaw be brought for adoption at the next regular meeting of council.
Do we have a recorded vote, please?
Certainly. Ms. Way.
Let the record show Councillor Cooper's requested a recorded vote. Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
I'm in supporting Councillor Graziano to attend this committee. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
I support myself. Yes, thank you.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
No.
Let the record show the motion's carried 6-1.
Thank you. Sick Bay. Councillor Jarvis is our representative on Sick Bay. Any comments or questions or volunteers for that position? Councillor Bocek.
Again, I would volunteer for this position because I can walk over there.
Any other comments for
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis?
I don't recall, oh, Segbay.
Segbay.
Of SSEA, excuse me, sorry. I'll take that back. I'm happy to maintain that position. I would like us to consider, at this time, due to developments over the years, the position on Segbay has been a non-voting position, which has not been a hindrance in any way. But I see no reason why it can't be a voting position. My interests in this community from a business standpoint are limited to about 0. So I don't see that I would be gaining anything by being a voting member of the Segbay community. I'm happy to serve one way or the other.
If I'm not mistaken, perhaps Councillor Jarvis, you can confirm, I believe that the Severn representative is a voting member?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you.
And he's a business owner in Severn.
Councillor Cooper.
Did we not appoint Councillor Jarvis to this role in the previous?
Yes.
And he's willing to stand, continue to stand. Thank you. I'm willing to support that.
Any other comments? All right. I will call for Councillor. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Councillor Jarvis be appointed to the Segbay for the remaining for 2020 for the upcoming. Okay, well, so yeah, I can just scratch that then. But because if everything's changed, if nothing changes, we don't have to. But I just want everybody to confirm. I'm asking everybody to confirm if they're still in favor of Councillor Jarvis representing us. Yeah. Okay, but I have to call for one person, and if Councillor Jarvis gets defeated, then I'll call for Councillor Bocek. It's the same thing what I did with the prior one. So all those in favor of Councillor Jarvis being appointed to Segbay for the coming term. Okay, and that is carried. And our final one is Sustainable Communities Advisory Group. And our current member on that is, I've forgotten them. Predko and Bocek are our current members. Any other people interested or not interested in Councillors Predko and Bocek, are you willing to continue? Councillor Jarvis.
Sorry, just making sure they're willing to continue with that group, which seems to me it's worked out very well. So.
Any
okay.
other?
Thank you. That's it.
Any other comments or questions on that? All right. So we'll go with councillors. Everybody's in favor of Councillors Bocek and Predko continuing? All right. So as a result of this review, the only change we have in our appointments is Councillor Graziano is replacing Councillor Hazelton on the Committee of Adjustment. Other than that, all other appointments are remaining the same as they were in this past year. All right. And I've already called the vote on that, so I don't think I have to do anything more. All right, we're done with that one. And new business, resolution tracking sheet, Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I don't think there's much needs to be said here. Similar to the CIP, I think it's important that we try and get a lot of stuff reviewed before council. And I know we all read our packages well beforehand. There was a time I know that council members used to come in here and their first view of the council packages when they sat down at the dais here and went over it. I think in the interest of trying to keep these meetings limited in how much time they take up, the best way to do this is to have stuff reviewed as much as possible beforehand. The resolution tracking sheet is a big piece of paperwork. We all look at it, we all review it. And there's no reason why that can't be done beforehand, and questions brought to the appropriate staff member or whoever beforehand. And then if anything needs to be resolved specifically at council as a result of questions arising from the tracking sheet, then they can be brought to council, as opposed to us going through that thing at a council meeting, which could take and has taken a while. So that's why I'm proposing we do this and get done beforehand.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. According to our procedural bylaws, specifically bylaw 2023-117, a motion to reconsider must be presented to staff and council within the very next meeting. This matter passed in March unanimously. There is no material changes to reconsider this. Essentially, the argument is that this would save time. Based on my calculations and the reviews that I have done and conducted, we spend less than, on average, 5 minutes on resolution tracker items in consent agenda within council. But again, I'm going to revisit. I'm going to reiterate my concern here and my point of order, which is this is nothing more than a motion to reconsider, a motion that's already passed unanimously in March of this very year. And that window to reconsider has already lapsed. Thank you.
Clerk Way, could you please comment on the point of order?
It's up to the mayor to determine, or council as a whole to determine, if they feel new information is relevant or not relevant at this point in time, and whether this is considered to be the same motion being directed again. The resolution tracker has evolved over the years, and so I know there was a motion back in March. I don't have it in front of me, apologies. If it's deemed to have new information, or perhaps something isn't working in the process, then that is deemed to be not the same, and so a motion to reconsider isn't relevant in this circumstance. A motion to reconsider would be, we adopted a bylaw specific to A, B, and C, and then the next meeting we decided that wasn't really what we wanted to do, and so we're reconsidering it. Council is able to move forward on business if something has been in place and they feel it no longer needs to be in place for one reason or another.
Point of order.
Councilor Graziano.
According to our clerk, I will respectfully disagree. However, even if the mayor were to make that determination, a 2/3 majority vote to reconsider would be required. And so a vote to reconsider before we actually discuss and deliberate would be required in order to reconsider per our bylaws, specifically section, I believe, F, subsection K. A motion to rescind any specific resolution may only be moved once during a term of council and requires 2/3 majority vote to be carried. 2/3 majority vote of 7 would be 5.
I think what's important here, in my opinion, is we're not trying to rescind the resolution tracking sheet as it was created by a prior. We're trying to modify how it is used, and I don't consider that a motion to rescind.
Point of order.
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you again. The motion that was moved back in March was to bring it online for visibility to the public. This is requesting that it revert back to its previous format, which was to be distributed via email amongst councillors and not to the public. So this is, by definition, a motion to reconsider that motion, because you're asking it to be reverted back to being distributed via email. Thank you.
Thank you. You're looking up we're looking up the motion just to confirm what you have said.
Mm-hmm. I have it on my files as well if you'd like me to reiterate exactly verbatim what it was.
Yeah, the original motion from March 4th, 2024 talks about the creation of a resolution tracker, and it spells out what it includes. It, you know, the resolution number and description, the current status, the number of days since it was initiated, and the fourth point is that the tracker be included on the Committee of Adjustment agenda. Sorry, Committee of the Whole, I apologize. Committee of the Whole agenda. So at that point, according to that motion, we were having it on the Committee of the Whole.
Point of order.
Yes.
Verbatim, now therefore be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay implement an online resolution tracker on the Township's official website, which shall include but is not limited to the following features. 1, a comprehensive list of all resolutions passed by council, including resolution number and description. 2, the current status of each resolution, clearly indicating whether it's pending, in progress, or completed. 3, the number of days since the resolution was initiated to track the duration of resolution processing. 4, weekly updates to ensure that the tracker reflect the most current status of each resolution. Be it further resolved that Township staff be directed to launch the online resolution tracker no later than June of 2024. At no point does it mention anything about Committee of a Whole. And it is clearly, again, identified as an online resolution tracker. So this would be by definition a motion to rescind.
Can you give me the resolution number of that? Because that is definitely reads differently than what that Ms. Way had brought up.
I can give you the resolution that was submitted to council. Yes. I don't know which resolution number it is. That's up to our clerk to determine. But this is read verbatim what was submitted to council and what was passed by council.
Resolution C 2024-087.
Okay. Yes, please.
Just to provide clarification through your worship, the verbiage that Councillor Graziano just read is the new business item as it was listed on the council agenda for March 4th, 2024. However, the motion adopted is slightly different in wording.
Mayor, the last statement is really the most critical one, where that the township staff be directed to launch the online resolution tracker no later than June 2024. And so what we are faced with this new resolution for possible consideration today is to no longer provide any public visibility of the online resolution tracker, which is essentially rescinding.
No, it's because what you're reading is the original motion, not the resolution that was passed.
No, I'm reading the resolution that was passed. I'm reading 2024-087. It's got lots of statements in it, but the last statement is a direct opposite of this new resolution being proposed.
Point of order. I think if we are going to consider this, a legal opinion should be provided well in advance of this coming back before council.
Ms. Way, I mean, the last statement there on the motion that was passed at the state, township staff be directed to launch the online resolution tracker no later than June 2024. I don't believe that the motion in front of us is saying to remove that portion of it.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, for point of clarification, my intent is not to remove this from the public domain at all. That is not the intent of this motion. The intent of this motion is to have business that arises from that tracker sheet be dealt with before council. Before council has, so that we, similarly to the CIP, relevant information from the tracking sheet, if it needs to be brought before council, then bring the individual item to council. Let's not dwell on going over the entire tracking sheet at a council meeting is my reason for bringing this motion forward. Sorry, to clarify, yeah, perhaps at this time, little time has been spent to date, but that we know how big that tracker sheet is. We know that staff is working to reduce it, but there's no assurance that we couldn't spend 3 or 4 days if we wanted to on all the individual items on that track sheet. I want to avoid that. And again, that's not, Councilor Graziano, I do not want this taken out of the public domain. I think it's very, very important that it remain in that capacity.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
There are hands.
Sorry, maybe jumping in front of others. I just, it appears that we've got sort of some mixed messaging here. And I think that maybe we need to get somebody to clarify this for us. And I don't think I see any municipal lawyers in the room at the moment. So I think that might be helpful. In fact, we've got somebody available to us like a Rick O'Connor who could probably look at all this and say, here's what you need to do or not do, as an example. So that would be my suggestion. And by the way, I'm fully in favor of public transparency. And no, I don't want to see council waste an immense amount of time. But when I read this, I saw something different. So we're obviously, we're getting different sort of points of view. Thank you.
Councillor Fredko, did you want to comment and then?
Yeah, I guess from my understanding of the motion, it's really about pre-information flow. And, you know, my suggestion would have been to ensure that if there's a problem or a question on the resolution tracking sheet or the departmental report, that the staff be given the questions in advance so that at council meeting they can present the answer. Because right now, sometimes questions come to staff and they don't have the answers because it's only been presented and it takes some research. So it's really just, I think the intent of this is a procedural change. It's not a withholding of information from the public or to limit discussion or debate.
And my comment further to that, I think that's actually true of all items that are on our agenda. If, when possible, councillors should ask staff in advance, so at least staff are prepared when they come to the meeting with an answer. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I'm going to give you a little different perspective on this. And this perspective comes from the only councillor that lives in the township 7 days a week, year round. This tracker takes a lot of stress off of me because no matter what it is, if they see the tracker and they can see the process or it's going to be done in 3 weeks or whatever, they don't call me. They look at I tell them, look at this, look at the tracker sheet, see what your topic is, whether it's the Duke Lane or wherever it is. If I were to tell you that I got 150 phone calls a week from all the wards asking questions, the answers would be right here. I think this is a great thing, this tracker, but I think it's in the wrong spot. I don't think it should be under the consent agenda myself.
I'm trying not to get too much into the actual debate on this until we decide whether we can debate it. And so it's whether or not, so, but okay, I will say, where am I here with my list? Councillor Hazelton.
Oh, Mike's already on. Thank you. I have a question for our clerk, if you could help. Can you help me understand where I would navigate to see this online?
Currently, it's only listed on the council agenda, but we could easily make it a document on the council portal.
Okay, so the resolution that was passed in March, recorded in April, which said we're going to publish it online, that hasn't been done. I would suggest that that's something that should be done ASAP. The resolution that was passed in March, recorded in the consent agenda in April, talks about this coming to the committee of whole, and we haven't been doing that either. I suggest that before we entertain any new resolutions with respect to this, that we put into practice the resolutions that we did back in March and April, get those done and allow us to move forward with those. That would certainly satisfy Councillor Bocek's interest in having the information visible, not just in an agenda package. And then I think the resolution in front of us here talks about council-related discussions, and the resolution passed back in March and recorded in April shifts the focus to committee of the whole discussion. So I suggest that this resolution either be defeated or referred back to the mover of the resolution for consideration of this topic in light of the resolution that was passed back in March. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. And I would echo Councillor Hazelton's comments specifically, and I do very much appreciate the mover and the seconder providing context with respect to its intent. However, where I have strong concerns is the first, be it resolved that the resolution tracker sheet be circulated to members of council via email only. And that says two things to me. That says, one, let's remove it from the public purview, and two, let's only circulate it via email, which again, I come back full circle saying it's a motion to rescind now and or reconsider. Then it endeavors to advise, hey, by the way, if in the event that you have some questions, please go ahead and contact the relevant department head for information. But that very first, be it resolved, the way it's read or written clearly says, one, remove it from the public purview, two, let's circulate it amongst email, and that's where the motion to reconsider arises from. So I would strongly recommend, if the intent was not to remove it from the public purview as articulated by the two councillors today, that maybe it go back to them, allow them to wordsmith it to ensure that it's really just an evolution of what we've currently built, one that would allow us to pull things similar to the CIP, giving staff the heads up in advance to prepare themselves for this question. So this way there is deeper responses, and I would agree with that. I would much prefer to have a well thought out response in council on where these matters are, rather than I don't know, I'll have to look into it at some point in the future. So my recommendation would be to echo that of Councillor Hazelton, kick it back to the mover and the seconder for a quick scrub, and then get it back before council, I guess, at some point in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, your last remarks before I tell you what I think we should be doing in a short.
Thank you to the mayor. I'm going to suggest that I from now on pass my resolutions via Councillor Graziano. He has picked out a very valid point to which I agree. If we could just one, I think as apropos of comments made by Councillor Hazelton, I do think it important that we have this resolution tracking sheet available publicly. I've never thought otherwise. And if we could just, wordsmith that first part of that resolution to include the fact that it is to remain in the public domain, but that it be circulated to council prior to our council meetings. For the very reasons that are noted on it in the resolution, I think we'd be okay. I hope that would be okay with Councillor Graziano and Councillor Hazelton. But again, I think we got to make sure that it gets into the public domain.
All right, I'm going to suggest, given the time, that we put this item on hold for now. When I say on hold, we'll come back to it later this afternoon, where we may be prepared to discuss it further, or we may just defer it. I don't want to call the deferral yet that we've made this afternoon. The reason I'm putting it on hold right now is because at 1 o'clock we want to go into closed, and we have a
Point of order.
Councillor Graziano.
I'd like to call the question. Thank you.
I'm not willing to do that at this point after a number of recommendations have come in about modifying it or redoing it, unless Councillor.
Your Worship, point of order. Per our rules, I'd like to call the question. Thank you.
Can I call it as a deferral then? Okay. I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Predko. Whereas the resolution tracking sheet outlines directions and decisions of council to staff along with the current status of that direction, and whereas the resolution tracking sheet is circulated to members of council via email monthly for information, and whereas the resolution tracking sheet is included on each regular council agenda under consent agenda for information, be it resolved that the resolution tracking sheet be circulated to members of council via email monthly only, and the council contact relevant department managers to each resolution, copy the CEO to ask for updates on specific matters beyond the information provided in the resolution tracking sheet. Referral. All those in favor of deferral? And I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that is deferred. Now, do you want those motion before? Okay. All right. I'm going to read the motion to go into closed and then break for lunch. And what I wanted to mention is that we have a lawyer zooming in at 1 o'clock who has a tight deadline. So I would like us to be in closed and operating by 1 o'clock, which is half an hour from now. So moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper, where Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close the meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). And whereas the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following sections of 239(2). 1, Port Severn Estates subdivision, which is a matter including matters before tribunals affecting municipal local board. Or 2, decision on an appeal for muzzle order 2024-01. 3, human resources matter. And 4, legal files listing. Now be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay moves into closed session of council at 12:27 p.m. All those in favor?
Mayor,
Councillor Cooper.
can we leave the system open until we come back?
Yes.
Do not bring your computers into closed stuff.
No, I'm not taking
Yeah.
my computer, I just want to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? And that is carried. And again, please be in your seat before 1 o'clock so we can start sharp at 1 o'clock.
Councillor Graziano, you'll need to exit this Zoom link completely and then go into the Teams link. Thank you.
All right. I have moved by Councillor Bocek. What? I'm sorry, I keep doing that. I apologize. Moved by Councillor Bocek. Okay. Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 2:55 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Bocek.
We'll go back to Bocek.
Seconded by Councillor Cooper. I'm sorry. I'll need some more training. Be it resolved that Council uphold Muzzle Order 2024-01. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor, the name starts with a B. Bocek. Be it resolved that Council enact bylaw 2024-104, fees and charges. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that Council enact bylaw 2024-0105, road assumption for Middleton. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council adopts bylaw 2024-106 to confirm the proceedings of the December 9, 2024 council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council does now adjourn at 2:57 p.m. until February 3rd, 2025 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. And we are adjourned, though of course we have a planning council at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And we'll see you then, and everyone drive safely.